know better than all of consciousness info. Sa.neter TV7. You keep it hot 24/7. You got that light for 102. Sa.neter TV2. Yeah.
You are now inside sa.neter Studios, the House of Consciousness production, Black News presentation.
Yeah. Peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another sa.neter TV House of Consciousness production. We will be bringing in our sister. Yeah, we will be bringing in the sister. She's the champion over there on DMG channel. And she's been cracking sisters' heads. And so she will break down. She will go into breakdown intelligent design versus evolution. So I'm interested in hearing that. All right. So we're waiting on her. So yeah, I'm waiting on the sister to clock in. She'll be in any minute now. Any minute now, she'll be signing right in. Okay, here we go. Let's start the show. All right. Yeah. All right. Peace, my sister. Can you cam up, please? Can you turn on your camera? All right, y'all. We waiting on the sister. She probably still getting it together. Getting her stuff together. So let's be patient. We're going to have a nice, powerful build with Sister Doctah. Doctah, too sweet. What's up? How you doing? Oh, she's in another one. This one is working. Hey, I hear you.
Me?
Yes, I hear you. How you doing?
I'm good. Peace. And sorry for the delay. I was having some technical issues. I'm gonna turn my camera on in just a second. Yeah. I'm actually driving. That's why let me park real quick.
Okay.
Hold on. One second. But I'm definitely about to be on camera.
Are you gonna be able to show your slides on your phone?
Oh, you wanted me to show my slides and stuff?
Yeah, we dealing with intelligent design and the stuff that you was debating on.
Yeah, but I thought this was a review. I didn't know. Like you didn't tell me that I needed to do that because I don't have that.
Okay, all right, no problem. So
I might could pull it up on my tablet.
But you
give me a second. Yeah. All right, let me see if I can pull it up on my tablet. I guess while I'm trying to do that, did you introduce me already? I don't know because I was trying to get to where I was going.
But guess what? I'm gonna let you introduce yourself as well. I introduced you. Now, correct me if I'm right or wrong. I introduced you as the champion that be over there on the channel as the you just had a debate last week. You went up against the sister, and y'all was talking about intelligent design versus evolution. Of course, you're the side of evolution.
I am because I'm a scientist. So yes, I gotta be. All right.
That's why I had to call my brother and say, yo, we got to get the sister over here.
A nice review. You said, yeah, so I didn't know that I needed to have my stuff because I know this what you do, so I figured you would have it to do clips or whatever the case may be. So I wasn't prepared for that.
Okay. So this ain't going. Hopefully, this won't be the last interview, so we can get it
No,
in.
yeah.
You
No,
know.
I'm happy to be here again for the people out there. Thank you for joining in. I am the good doctor, aka Dr. Two Sweets. I am the champ over at Paradigm Shift TV 314, social media champion. I'm 4-0 right now. And Naftali was the latest one, intelligent design versus evolution. And apparently it was a big topic. So here we are.
Oh, so she was the latest one to get that glove punch, huh?
That's right. That jab, cross.
Right.
So I'm still trying to see if I could pull up the slides on my tablet. I would have to join on another
Yeah.
thing. But did you have questions for me, or was like what I wanted to know is what was it that made you want to bring me on your show to discuss the topic in the first place? Like, was there
Well,
specific reason or?
Soon as I seen the topic, I just automatically said, "Oh man, I got to get the sister over here." All right, she's on her phone, y'all, so she's going in and out. So she'll be back in. She'll be back in. Let's give it some time. There you go.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what just happened. What was you saying though? As soon as you saw the topic?
Yeah, as soon as I seen the topic, I said, "Let me watch a little bit of it." And I watched a little bit, and I seen you going in. Of course, I seen the other sister, trying her best, doing her best to do it. Poor sister, talking
That's
about
a good way to put it.
100 years, the earth and all this crazy nonsense. It ain't been in existence over that. Like, I don't know what's going on. So I start off by just asking you a couple of questions. What is the definition of intelligent design? What does that mean?
It's really just creationism. It's saying that the world around you was created, that there's intelligent design that does in fact have an intelligent cause, but it's just creationism. It's age-old religious idealisms because people don't understand certain things and they'll do the God of the gaps. Like, well, we don't know what it is, so it got to be God, right? And that's what creationism and intelligent design really is.
All right, so the intelligent supposed to be God. God consciousness?
Right.
Okay.
So the sister Naphtali, I believe, is a Hebrew Israelite, and they subscribe to the Bible. They believe that Yeshua is the savior and God is that intelligent designer. And I just have to show her that might not be true.
Okay. Are humans monkeys? And I don't want you to just brush through them. I want you to go through, take your time, and deal with that.
Thank you.
Monkeys?
So the short answer to that is absolutely not. So this is the thing. People get evolution misconstrued. Darwin never said that humans are monkeys. What Darwin said is that humans and apes share an ape-like ancestor, meaning that in the distant past, through evolution, we once had a common ancestor, but we branched off into separate directions. So humans on one side, apes, chimpanzees, etc. on the other side. So no, we are not monkeys.
Okay, and I'm quite sure that's what we keep explaining over and over again. But the minute we talk about evolution, it's like the people don't get it. It's like, what part are you hearing? What part are you not hearing? Because we constantly telling you we are not saying we come from monkeys, man. That's not what we're saying. We talking about the common ancestor theory. Go ahead, sis.
And it's the same for me because I think what it is a lack of understanding of how the evolution actually works. So they oversimplify it. They think that a monkey is the only form of primate. So when you tell them like, yeah, humans are primates too. Oh, you said we're monkeys. No, a monkey is a primate. A human is a primate. We are not monkeys. So I get your frustration. I do. I understand it.
Right. Let's go
So
back.
then what do we do? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to go back to intelligent design.
Yes.
Can you explain Abiogenesis and tell us why it is or is not intelligent design? Let's go there.
Mm-hmm. So abiogenesis is the idea that life can come from non-life. So how evolution teaches that we started as a single cell organism, then developed into a human, that's considered abiogenesis. But what I brought to the sister and what probably tripped her up is that the Bible teaches that God created humans out of the dirt of the earth, right? Technically that's abiogenesis because dirt is not a living entity. So for people who don't understand it, it's the idea that life, like humans as we see it, can come from non-life, which is a very valid scientific theory. And I pointed out panspermia. So the theory about panspermia is that life came from outside of Earth, like maybe a meteor or a comet or something hit Earth and it had organic life. And that's how life started. So there's a few theories, but what we don't do in science is says, oh, I don't know the answer, so I'm just gonna say whatever I want to say. That we don't get to do that.
Can you explain for those who don't know? Because I heard the sister say something
Mm-hmm.
crazy. And she said,
What'd
"Well,
she say?
you can't get life from something that's nothing." She said, "You can't get life from nothing," and that what they are calling nothing is something. They don't understand. It is something. You see,
That is
so
a good point.
I agree. You can't get life from nothing, like this here. But the nothing that you calling nothing is really something, and you don't know what it is. A lot of us, even the science, don't know what it is yet. They working on it, but we
Right,
know it's something that
right.
sparked it. You see what I'm saying?
And the sister talked about this primordial ooze that we learned about in school, right?
Mm-hmm.
To her, that's nothing. But if it's organic matter, if it's organic life, even if it's bacteria, even if it's just a virus, that is technically life. So again, it goes back to having that basic understanding of biology, biochemistry, physiology, all of these things. And what happens with a lot of religious people is they stop learning. They figure, oh, I got it all figured out. God is the answer. I don't need to really learn anything else because this is it. And that's hindering us as a people. We gotta keep learning. It's
Mm-hmm.
never ending.
Right, beautiful.
Right.
According to, I'm gonna go back to the monkey thing right quick. According to science, humans and monkeys have a common ancestor. What is
Right.
what is the name of the last common ancestor shared by humans and monkeys? And around when did the two diverge
Diverge.
from it? Yeah, diverge from it.
So I don't have the specific answer, but here's another thing that people misunderstand. Evolution is not linear. It's not linear. It's like a tree. So one branch could branch off into any number of branches, and those branches could branch off into, So when you're asking what was the specific last common ancestor, you're asking for a specific thing that we don't have yet. All we have are the transitional fossils from the common ancestor, which shows us a progression from one fossil to the next. But the actual common ancestor, I don't have a specific answer for that.
And you know what? You're right. That's because no one had that answer yet. They didn't come out with that answer. So yes, you are right on that. You know, why don't humans have tails like monkeys? And when did we lose our tails according to science? Did the tails
So
drop off in the womb or like what happened? What happened
so
there?
here's the thing. We all know, do we all know what a coccyx is? A coccyx?
A coccyx?
Yeah,
Say that.
Coccyx, coccyx.
What
If
is
you
it?
look if you look at the human pelvis, it's that tailbone that we call it a tailbone, but the scientific term is a coccyx. That is a vestigial tail, meaning this is the evidence that we have the chemistry and the DNA to have a tail. It just fell off at some point in evolution. Again, when exactly that happened, my specific field of study is not this, right? I just happen to know a lot about it, but I'm sure we could look it up at some point. If my stuff wasn't working the way that I needed to, I could probably pull it up. But the coccyx is that vestigial bone that shows us that we used to have a tail.
Mm-hmm. I don't
Right.
know. I don't know if you know this yet, but you know the HOK. You know we are the fathers of debates. All debate platforms rise up from the House of Consciousness. I don't know if you know that, but I'm quite sure DMG will tell you that himself. So
let me tell you this,
DMG.
Definitely shout out to my big brother DMG, Paradigm Shift TV 314, the Craig Law Firm, and everybody, the Bar Reloaded. But here's the thing: me and DMG had that conversation. So when I was sharing that I was gonna go on with you today, a couple people hit me back like, "Yo, I don't even rock with sa.neter like that," right?
They scared.
Listen. I don't know. I don't know. But listen,
they don't even know me. They scared. They don't know me.
What I had to tell
environment to be in right here.
What I had to tell them is that, listen, whether you rock with sa.neter or not, we have to give this brother credit, because a lot of us would not even have right knowledge if not for your channel and your debates and your guest host. You feel me? So I just have to let people know that I give credit where credit is due. You feel me? I started following you a long time ago. I ain't gonna lie, I stopped following you after, a time. We'll talk about that later. But you feel me? I still give you credit where it's due. Yeah.
The next time I ever have another conversation, watch this. If you ask the brother, what have you done to you personally? I bet you he wouldn't be able to tell you. He wouldn't be able to tell you. He'd be like, so I heard, it's all the hearsay. You know how hating YouTube can be. You know
we know how people can be, and it could have been something you said, because I get the same. So listen, I came in the Paradigm Shift TV 314. I had my first debate in like October, right? So a lot of people were upset because I'm knocking people out coming through. You feel me? I'm winning my debates, and I'm a woman, so it's like a double homicide. You feel me? You feel me? But I'm here to just show everyone that intelligence is not, it doesn't depend on your biology. You feel me? Like, if I have information to share with you, why would it not be as valuable as if you had information to share with me? So that's what I'm here to show. I'm tough. I can hang with the dudes. I can do anything. You feel me? So I'm here.
The male debate champion over here is our brother Osaze, brother Jabari. He is considered to be the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness, because he's knocking everybody out. I'm talking about from
I can dig it.
Top Dog all the way from Captain to Zoriak. I'm talking about the top dogs. That's why this is the toughest environment. And then we have a sister, my queen over here, Nepal. Yes, Nepal, who is considered the champion of the HOK over here. And a lot of Hebrew men, they come up with the excuses of, she's a woman, I don't want to debate her. It ain't about being a woman, it's about the information. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
To the Israelites, they don't want to get beat by a woman, because all the brothers will be bragging about that. And they don't want to look dumb. But to them, and they understand, and they feel that no women can beat them. Their intelligence is not superior than the men. That's their thinking. You know what I'm saying?
See, the whole thing is on my side with Paradigm Shift, I welcome any debates. I need a challenge. I debated a brother who is a Hebrew Israelite about whether the education system has failed us as a people. I was on the side of no, it hasn't failed us, and he was on the other side, right? So once I won, because that's what I do, he disappeared for a while, because it's that whole thing about, I lost to a woman. And I'm like, listen, I had information to share. My information was more valid and I presented it better. That's all it should matter. It doesn't matter what's between my legs. Let's build together. Like, but some men can't do that, I guess.
How you won that debate, because I would probably take the side that I got to see where you coming from and how you pull that off, because I would take the side that, hell yeah, the information system has failed us.
The education system. Well, here's why I won. I'm gonna tell you why I won.
Unless you saying we failed ourselves and not going after the information and we accepted what they gave us. Now, if you coming from that perspective, I could rock with you on that.
So, and this is why I won, because I made sure that everybody understood that the education system is a tool like anything else, right? It's on you, on how you use that tool. Like you said, they can teach you so much in school, but are you going to go and fact check? Are you going to go and do further research? Are you going to do comparative analysis? Are you going to go check other sources? You understand? So, I mean, I can see how somebody says it failed us, but at the end of the day, it didn't fail me. I'm still getting degrees and it's benefiting me very well. It's the ones who chose or felt like they couldn't succeed in it, I guess, who feel like, oh, it was a waste of time. Nah, I don't think so.
Why is the evolutionary process so long in between noticeably change in organism and species?
Wait, say that question one more time. I don't think I understand. Say it.
Why is the evolutionary process so long in between?
You know what? So I don't even know how to answer that, because for people who are creationists, they have this blockage of thinking that the earth is only so many years old, when we know it's much older than just a few thousand years old, right? So when someone is asking why is the process so long in between, you're talking about going from one species to another. It takes a long time to adapt. So there's an example of Bajau people near the Philippines who can dive like 60 meters without oxygen tanks, right? That's evolution in real time, but it probably took 100 years for them to develop that ability to do that, right? So what do they mean a long time? Are they talking about why does it take millions of years for one species to go to another? Or why does it take 100 or 200 years for people to develop the ability to dive 60 meters? What are we talking about here?
Right. But you can see the evolutionary process if you look. Let's look at 30 years ago, and we see how our children were. Our children are way smarter now than they was 30 years ago. What do I mean? I'm talking about in technology, all of that stuff right there. Like when you are 5 and 3 years old, and you look at the 5 and 3 years old today, way smarter than it was back then. And I don't know if you see that or not.
I do in a sense, but at the end of the day, think about it. That generation 30 years ago knew how to do things that this generation cannot do. We were more self-sufficient. You feel me? I'm an 80s baby, right? So we was latchkey kids. We was basically raising ourselves. You understand? These kids now, it's a different generation to where like my generation tried to overcompensate for what we went through. So our kids they're softer. A lot of them can't they don't know how to be in social settings. Like they getting bullied, and I know bullying is not new, but I just feel like the new generation is lacking in that toughness that we had growing up in the late 70s and 80s. You feel me? But smarter, I think they're only smarter because they have the technology now. If you would have gave us, the stuff that they have now, the tablets and stuff, we would have been just as smart. You understand? So I think it's the technology itself that is making it seem like they're smarter, but the generation now is still lacking in things that we had.
Okay.
So
Is the taxonomic classification system of Carl Linnaeus You know who that is? Carl Linnaeus. I don't know if I'm pronouncing
Yeah,
it.
is it Linnaeus?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Carl Linnaeus.
Yeah, Linnaeus. Go ahead.
Right. Is the taxonomic classification system of Carl Linnaeus outdated now that we have made major advances in technology such as AI?
I wouldn't say so, only because taxonomy starts at the basic level. That's why if you look up an animal, it has like a Latin genus, because it starts with the most basic of that genus, right? And then it goes on from there. So I wouldn't say it's outdated. I just think that it could be updated with the new species that we've discovered since the whole theory of evolution came about. Like, I was just watching a documentary about the Mariana Trench, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are still discovering different species all the way down in that trench. So we should update it, but I don't think it's necessarily outdated.
Okay. Now, in your debate with the sister,
Yeah.
did she tell you how old the Earth is?
She thinks the Earth is 6,000 years old.
Ain't that crazy?
It's very crazy to me.
Let me tell you why. Because a simple check with crocodiles, that's showing you those are millions of years old in itself.
Or iron, just the mineral iron is older. Like, it takes longer than 6,000 years for iron to develop. So if we have iron on Earth, we know right then and there that it's older than that. But it goes again to the whole creationism idea, because sometimes religion becomes a part of a person's identity, even when they're faced with obvious, objective truth that defeats their belief. It's like, it's part of my identity. I can't let it go. So I got to rock with it. I got to roll with the lie at this point. You understand? So I think that's what a lot of people do. Like, in their mind, they know for a fact this world is clearly older than 6,000 years old. But hey, if this is what the Bible tells me to say, then that's what I'm going to say, because my God. And I'm not even trying to like clown, but you feel me?
Crazy, because some your God. I mean, with common
Somebody,
sense, you got to. I said, with common sense, you got to correct your God. Looking in the Bible, thinking that this earth is only 6,000 years, you got to correct that, sis, in reality time. Come on now, we're part
and I wish I would have known to have my slides up, because it would have been great to go over a couple of things. I did have an article, because one thing about believers is they ask, well, how did everything begin? We don't know how everything began. So there's an article about nucleic acids, so for people who don't know, nucleic acids are basically the building blocks of everything, life, right? And they have a specific function, aka a code. So they're only programmed to do certain things. And I use programmed not in the sense of there's a programmer, but in the sense of, like, for people to understand how these things work. So what they found was that these nucleic acids function in a certain way that is showing us that abiogenesis is possible, that you don't necessarily need a creator, that if a single-celled organism functions in a certain way, and that certain function begets or propagates life, you don't need a creator. You don't need a spark. It's already doing that. It's just going to take time for it to develop into something like humans. And a lot of people have a hard time wrapping their head around that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's complex stuff. This stuff is not easy. Biochemistry, biology, astrophysics, paleontology, all these different fields of study, people forget that these are not things that you could just walk in the door and learn in 10 minutes and think that you're a professional or something like that. It takes time to understand these things, and a lot of people don't want to take that time to learn. And that's the problem.
The sister used to be over here a lot all the time. But what happened is, like I said earlier, this is the toughest environment, and a lot of people can't take it because it's so tough. It's like going to the Apollo at AmateurNet at the Apollo. You ever seen the Apollo? And
I sure have.
clap for you. But if they gonna let you know,
yeah.
Mason,
And the Sandman gonna come out and sweep your ass.
So she couldn't take it over here. She had the jet and she's gone, ghost. But it's all good, you know. Those who withstand the pressure, they here. They here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. When I was told that I was being invited, I mean, I was honored, number one, but number two, there were some people who were concerned, like, I don't know if they thought you was gonna try to ambush me, or like they thought I couldn't handle. Like, if you bring up people on the panel, like, listen, I'm not the social media champ on Paradigm Shift TV 314 because I fold under pressure. You feel me? So I was very welcome to this. I love the discussion. I hope that we continue to have more discussions like this, because at the end of the day, we're all trying to figure this out. We all trying to get to the answers.
What it is, Doctor, is that people make a lot of assumptions and they talk about they don't know, and they bring up a lot of rumors and just slander. And so when they hear it, they just go on with it without doing their own back research. You see? So we don't do that. I'm not over here to try to trap you. None of that. None of that.
Nah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, DMG.
You got more questions?
Believe me, DMG would not bring you over here if he didn't know how we rock. You know what I'm saying?
I believe it. That's my brother. I like, ever since being on that channel is really like one big family. You feel me? Like, that's how it feels for me. So yeah, I'm here, and again, I'm welcome to the discussion. I appreciate it.
Right. Thank you. And I'm honored for you to even accept the my invitation. So is evolution only limited to living organisms? And if so, please explain to us why or why not.
Is it only limited to living organisms?
Evolution.
So I would have to say no, because an example would be like the trees that we see. So one, we know that there was a point where we had quote unquote prehistoric trees that don't exist right now, but some of the trees that we see are the offshoots of those prehistoric trees. Like, I'm sure a pine tree used to be something else, but now it's a pine tree. You understand? So I would have to say yes, but that's a very good question.
Oh, okay. Let me see where I gotta go with this one. How did civilization approach matters of science and study of life before the scientific revolution?
That's another good question, because we was just talking about this the other day. So a lot of people like to bring up the fact that pretty much everybody was religious back in the day to some extent, right? And my whole thing is, of course they were, because there were a lot of unanswered questions. So it's easy to say, my God, this, my God, that. But like, for now, it's like we have science. We can figure things out. We don't need to be religious. You could choose to be, but at the end of the day, religion is not going to give you the answers that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So did that answer the question? I'm sorry, because I started thinking about the last one again. What was the question one more time?
You going ahead. All right. I asked you, how did civilization approach matters, science and studies before the scientific revolution?
Yeah, so basically religiously. So there was what we call the occult now, right? So they had alchemy, they had metaphysics and stuff like that, where if you ask me, all that was just where science and religion came together. So in ancient civilizations, because they did not actually have a lot of the information that we have, there was no separation between spiritual and science. So, and a good example of that is, we were talking about astronomy and astrology. At one time, that was just one science. It wasn't a separation. It was just people who were mapping the stars and trying to understand how that affected people on Earth, right? But once the scientific revolution came around, Now we need empirical evidence. Now we need to mathematically quantify this. Whereas before, that wasn't a necessity. It was just about, I want to say, belief. Really, it had a lot to do with belief.
What made you choose science to run with instead of religion? Are you a religious person? Let's just start there first.
I am not a religious person.
Were you ever a religious person?
So I grew up, in a Baptist household. Granddaddy was a pastor, grandmother evangelist, and like most of us. However, I was also raised in a household that taught me to ask questions, and it made me inquisitive. And so once I started asking questions about the Bible that people could not answer, I started looking into science. I can go to science and figure out why the sky is blue, why the grass is green, why my eyes are brown. You understand? I
Right.
can't go to the Bible for that. It's just not there. So I became, I feel like I've always been a scientist because I've always been a nerd. I'm a bookworm, and you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it was 2009 for me that I had my awakening, where I realized that religion, in most cases, is a sham. It's a total sham. It's meant to make us feel good. It's meant to give us hope. It's meant to comfort us and give us, some type of relief from the world around us, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, that's what it needs to remain. When you try to force it on other people, when you try to force it on legislation, when you try to force it in the schools, that's where it becomes a problem, because now you're putting your beliefs onto me, and I might not believe what you believe.
So agnostic or atheist, which one you choose?
So I had a show where I explained I don't like the word atheist because let's just say I've had some experiences that can't be explained by science. Let's put it like that, right?
Uh-huh.
So atheist is fine, but what I tell people is a better word to describe me is igtheist. IGTHEIST, igtheist. And what that means is that it's not even a matter of whether or not I believe in God. It's the fact that I don't think humans have the ability to even define what God is.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes, that's right. I agree with you.
So
Yeah.
So we can argue back and forth about who God is, what God is, and what we think God is. But at the end of the day, it's humans trying to define something that is not human or supposed to not be human, even though people give God these anthropomorphic, attributes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I would, if I had to say between agnostic and atheist, definitely atheist.
You can ask 100 people in the room, and I guarantee you, 90 of them will probably come up with something different.
Something different, like,
And they all read the same book, but they will all
right,
come up with something different on defining God and who is
right,
God and who
and
named it,
that,
who gave it his name. And notice they always said, he said this, she
no,
said this, but God never speaks for himself. God
right,
never
because if
and tell you, yo, I am here. This is what I say. This is what I teach. This is me, you know?
and it would be that simple, you understand? Like, if this is the creator of the universe, why do I need an intermediary? Why do I need someone to speak for me when I literally created all this stuff? I could put a thought in your head or whatever the case may be, but I'm with you on that. It's like people want us to believe in their God. It's like, okay, show me proof. I don't have enough proof. I'm a scientist. I need proof. I need evidence. I need data, something. Give me something. And it's just not there.
Will you please explain to our audience when
Hmm.
the scientific revolution occurred and the importance of the modern scientific method?
So again, with these specific time frames, it started, I want to say, in the 1800s, right? That's when it got close to the Industrial Revolution. That's where we started to ask more questions, so to speak, right? And the importance of the scientific method is it's a process. So if I go and I do an experiment, right, and you don't believe me, you say, nah, I don't think that's really what happened. The scientific method allows you to go step by step and do every single thing that I did to see if you get the same results. If you do, then we know what you did was correct. If we don't, then we got to run some more tests and see what happened, because clearly what you didn't give everybody else the same results. So it's very important that you have a systematic way of testing things so that you can repeat it every single time in the same manner. It's like a conveyor belt at a factory. Everything has to do its job specifically in a certain way for the conveyor belt to work, right? It's the same thing with the scientific method.
Right. Is observable empirical evidence all that matters when we seek answers to when we have seek answers in truth? Is empirical evidence all have matter?
Yeah. I get what they're saying, and I pause for a second because observable is part of empirical. So empirical means that it's observable, testable, falsifiable, all of that. So like I just said, I should be able to, like, if you perform an experiment, you should be able to give me your format of how you did the experiment, and I should be able to repeat that exact same experiment and see if I get the exact same results. So in science, yes, absolutely. It has to be empirical. Otherwise, it's no longer science. Once you remove the empirical part, now you're into metaphysics and philosophy, which is a whole different ball game at that point.
Yeah. Have you ever yawned, and because you yawn, you see the next person yawn? Or you
Of
could be
course.
with somebody and you yawn, and this person over, and even on the phone, we could be talking and I start
You
yawning and
can hear it.
yawning. And now, so how do you explain scientific phenomena that care not fully understand by science, such as the composition of dark matter and even the question of why we yawn?
Mhm. So, okay, that's two different things we're talking about. So, first
Right.
about the yawning. So, my answer to that is humans learn by modeling. So, we learn by watching what other people do. So, our brain is literally built to look at something and say, oh, this is how you do that. So, for me, and if my understanding is correct, when we see other people yawn, the reason we can't help it is because our brain is wired to model what other humans do.
Mm.
And I think yawning is about like more oxygen getting to your brain, something like that. So I think it's just a biological response
But science
to seeing.
Science has
Mhm.
never figured that out yet, though, right? And first, before you go on, shout out to my
Right.
man, the infamous DMG in the building. Shout out the infamous
What's up,
DMG.
big brother?
All right. Yeah, so scientists have not figured that out yet. Why
Right,
we
right, right,
the next one may yawn and stuff like that, so
right,
on and so
right.
forth.
Right. So that's why I said for me, this,
Mhm.
because part of my studies is also neurobiology, figuring out how our brain works in connection to our body. So for me, it makes sense that because humans learn by modeling, that yawning is one of those things that we picked up just in the natural biological process.
Okay. Are you ready for questions?
Well, shit, we at question 10 now. I mean, let's go.
All right, all right. I want to open up the platform. Remember, I always tell y'all to do what? I want to see if y'all know. What I always tell y'all when I open up the platform?
Use your manners. Oh, no, go.
Respect my guests in the building. You can
Right.
ask questions, but do it respectfully. We
Thank
don't
you.
we try not to silence you, but we want you to ask your question, but be respectful in it. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
there's
Please.
the link right there. I dropped the link for those who are like, if you know, come on in. If you're religious, come on in. If you're a
Yeah.
scientist, come on in and ask your question. Don't
Yep.
be
Big up to DMG and the law firm, the Craig law firm, Paradigm Shift TV 314. again, thank you everybody for joining. Appreciate you.
Yes. Wow, this is good. You are truly a scientist. I see you studying that, you know.
I mean, I really am who I say I am, and I think that's another thing that intimidates people with me coming in this debate league is I ain't come with the fluff. I ain't come to, you know, be whatever. I came to share, exchange knowledge, and learn. I hope I learn. I ain't really learned too much yet because I'm doing all the teaching, but you feel me? Like, that's why I'm here.
All right. Shout out to my brother, my little brother, DMG in the building. What up, D?
Peace.
Peace.
What's going on,
Peace,
Doc?
brother. Hey, big brother DMG, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for setting this up, and thank you for bringing me on Paradigm.
No doubt.
All right.
So I just had to come up and salute my little sis, the first lady of Paradigm Shift TV, my social media champion, undefeated in debates. I just and for the record, listen, I know it's a lot of cats out there who hesitant to step to a fly female when it comes to this debating thing, but don't be afraid to bring the smoke because she will tell you she is the smoke. So if you want some, come get some. Don't hesitate because
no Diddy.
She not biased when it comes to handing out them butt whoopings. So come on in and get that work. So
right.
Come on in. Y'all. Link, y'all. What's going on?
Shout out to you, big bro, for having my sister on, man. I definitely appreciate the look.
Yeah, just make sure you let me know what I need next time to be prepared because I would have loved to go through them slides. I wanted
to see that information. Like, we source up.
Right. I'm still trying to pull it up real quick while you pulling somebody, maybe somebody will jump on real quick. But
what do you think was the most outrageous thing your last debater said to you or tried to bring forth to the audience?
Hey, look, DRG laughing because he already know what I'm about to say. So the brother I told you about, Sakori, we was debating about the education.
He said your last.
Oh, the last one. Okay. I was about to say, okay. So the most outrageous thing was when she asked me in the question and answer round, what was my biggest piece of evidence for evolution? And I said, obviously, the transitional fossils. And she immediately retorted, there are no transitional fossils. So you just gonna deny all the evidence that we got here? Like, just that's what we doing, denying? So yeah, man, that was just one of the biggest things. I couldn't believe it because it's like I literally had a whole slide dedicated to transitional fossils, but apparently it was ignored. I don't know.
Yeah. And this is how you know when somebody lose a debate. And shout out to the sister and her husband. Like Doc is a witness to how much drama we had even being able to get this thing to go live. But
trust me, I already know. Hey, listen, I already know, D. I know, bro.
I wish them the best though. But that being said, listen. You know somebody lost a debate when they do their whole presentation after the debate is over.
That's what I say all the time. Like when you come and you do a debate and then you got to do another debate on your own channel to
by yourself
that you won this debate. Yes, that's when you know you lost. That's when you're done. I've been saying that for a long time. That's when you're done. Do you know?
So when I saw that, I'm like, she spent another 2 hours doing her whole presentation over.
Yeah.
But not even just that. It was the slander. For me, it was the slander. I kept it professional. I didn't call the sister out of name. I didn't do none of that junk. But for 3 hours, I was this and I was that. And she talked about her degrees. And it's like, come on, take a loss. Just do better next time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and shout out to her elder because I peeped game on how y'all did once the sister left, and it's cool because unlike my sister, when I'm not like Michelle Obama, when they go low, yeah, but I ain't like Michelle Obama. See, when they go low on me, I go to the basement.
That's
so So we gonna see what's good when I get my chance to reply to y'all.
And notice you'll never seen him in no debate. You never see him debate nobody. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let me go over to Copper. Copper, you have a question for the sister? What's up, brother?
What's going on? Peace, power, love, and abundance to the panel and the chat.
Peace.
I wanted to ask. You said you did say that we come from primates, right?
We are primates.
Okay. I asked a lot of Bible thumpers. I asked them, what does God look like? You know, is he wearing J's now, or does he still wear Air Bethlehams? You know what I'm saying? So with a primate, because I know you said that we're not from monkeys. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when I look up primates, all I see is monkeys. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, how do you separate the two?
Well, one, we got to stop this Google scholarship. You feel me? I'm from the era of had to go sit in a library for 3-4 hours to research something for us to understand what's going on. Now with this microwave and popcorn era that we live in, people think they can just type something in Google and now they have all the answers to this thing that they looking for. And if you look in a biology book, like I have 3 biology books. In any of those biology books, if you look up primate, it's going to show you apes, it's going to show you monkeys, chimpanzees, all of these different primates, including humans. So I think it just needs to stop at the Google and YouTube University scholarship.
Okay. So there's really no look for them. It's just either monkey or human. Like, we just got to kind of figure it out ourselves. I mean, that's what I'm saying. When I look it up, all I see is monkeys and shit like that. I mean, sorry.
Well, are you looking at the taxonomy? Because you can look at the taxonomy that shows you the genus and then all the species that are under that genus. If you go under primates, it won't just show you a monkey. And I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying whoever's looking. That's why research is important. You got to dig. You can't just get the surface level and think you got the answers to everything. You got to keep looking. Look, boom.
Copper, I don't know what you be looking at, but I just Googled. Humans are primates, man. It said humans are members of a particular subgroup of mammals known as the primates.
And that skull is a primate?
No, it's
yes, it is.
Humans. That's a primate. But it's also telling you that humans are also part of the subgroup of mammals known as the primates, brother. It says it.
I got you. But who do you know got a skull like that, though?
That was an actual like ape or something. That wasn't like a human. Like, come on now. But you know, it's ugly people in the world too. So I'm sure somebody got that type of skull. I don't know.
But see, what you're doing, brother, is you got to understand we have a common ancestor. We're not saying we are the same. We come from, really, when I say common ancestor, really all living organisms come from the common ancestor. All of them.
If you go back far enough, yeah.
As well.
I'm not gonna take that from you, but the first person I heard talk about that wasn't it Darwin? Like, ain't he like super racist?
So that's the thing. So a brother just had recently a debate about the 3 sons of Noah, right? And he's using these racist terminologies like Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, right? So we know that they was racist in the 1800s. We know this. We was just coming out of slavery, right? But the thing about it is the science speaks for itself. We took the racism out of it and just left the empirical objective science, and that's what we left with. All the other stuff, that's out the window.
All
right. That makes sense, right? No, maybe.
When I speak on
yes, go ahead, brother.
No, you're good. One last thing, like when I talk about the subject, when I hear about the evolution of all that, they talk about the troglodyte nigger, and that ain't that the white man? I thought that was a white man.
So again, it all boils down to learning. These people we were just coming off of slavery. So of course they tried to use science to prove that, somehow we're less than white people, but it ended up backfiring. Because what did they actually ended up finding out? That the dark skinned race is for all intents and purposes superior. You know what I'm saying? Like our skin, our melanin, our hair. They found out all of these things and they had to backtrack. So yes, at one time they were very racist and they were trying to use science to prove things that are not true. But when you get down to empirical science, all of that racism is out the window because race is a social construct. It's not even real.
That's
I'm just
right.
saying.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
First of all, I want everybody to know that we have the top coming in. And this is the debate coming up. We got 2 more weeks for this, man. This is going to be powerful. Pastor Bennett. Y'all already know who Pastor Bennett is. Everybody said he beat Captain Tazariak last year in the debate, and Captain Tazariak is seeking revenge. But Pastor Bennett assured me, and he's going to assure everybody. I think we're going to come on this Saturday, and he's going to assure everybody he will be taking down the captain in this debate once again. It's going to be like an avalanche, man. Make no mistake about it. It's going to be fiery. I hope you be in the building, DMG.
I'll be in the building. You already know.
I might have you moderating. Who knows?
Hey, keep me posted.
No doubt. I'll let you know, brother. Yeah, this is going to be fire right here. It's going to be like the Ali. We're going to find out who's really Ali. Is it Pastor?
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy one right here.
Yeah, is it Pastor Bennett and Tazariak is knocked out? Or is Tazariak Ali and Pastor Bennett is on the ground? We're going to find that out. Coming. So let me go on over to my brother Keon is in the building. Keon, what up, man?
What's good with you, Sai, man? Love to you, man. Shout out to the best intro music maker in the building, man. Shout out to DMG, man. Love to you, brother.
I appreciate it, brother.
Definitely. Miss Sweet, man. Let's get into it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not big on the evolution. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not big on it for sure. But I'm not gonna. Do you know who Cedric is? Yeah. Do you know who that is? Have you ever heard of him? You muted.
Oh, my bad. You mean in the back chats, Cedric? Who Cedric? Who?
No, there's a guy named Cedric. If you probably don't know.
Cedric, pseudo killer Cedric.
Pseudo killer Cedric.
Okay, yeah. I know Cedric.
Cedric will go along with her, bro.
I know. Yeah. I had many back and forths with him, and it came to it where I feel like I'd be disrespecting his field, and that's what I don't want to do. So I don't want to disrespect science because that's not good. So I'm not going to do that. But I do want to ask you this, right? Just would you ever entertain, right, on a philosophical level? Would you entertain a possibility of a soul?
That depends on how you would define a soul.
Okay, let's not use the word soul, right? Some type of energy source that drives the body.
So, I mean, when you ask it like that, of course, one would have to answer yes, because we are electrical beings, right? Your heart beats because of electricity. So there's an energy source behind that, basically.
Okay. Do you think that is separate from the body, or is it something that's natural, like throughout that just something that just comes with like what the body is, or is it separate?
I think that it's just a part of the body, like, because once the electricity is gone from your body, you're gone from this planet. So I think that it's one and the same.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I'll be thinking that me personally, right? I think that there's something there when you look at when people die, right, or when people go off into somewhere else, right? The body is still there and is active, right? Let's say somebody that's old and died while they're sleeping or something like that. It's still there and it's still there, but nothing. It's not processing. It's not moving. It's not functioning. It's not working like it's like somebody that's living, right? So it's like when you die or you go off into wherever you go or whatever happens, right? Is it to me it seems like that energy also goes off because the body's still there but it's not functioning no more.
So the first law of thermodynamics is energy is neither created or destroyed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can apply that to when we die, and I think this is what gave a lot of people the idea that there is a so-called afterlife. Is
Mm-hmm.
because where does that energy go? It's not being destroyed, right? It's just going somewhere else, but where is it going? That's the part that humans are trying to figure out. Some believe it goes to heaven, some believe it goes to hell, some people believe you're reincarnated, but how could we confirm who is right? How do we do that without going to the other side, right?
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, yeah, it's just a a thing that I be thinking about sometimes. Just to entertain the thought. Possibly, if we can bottle it, right? If we can bottle that energy, there would be no need for any type of religions or anything like that, because we can renew it and keep coming back. So yeah, yeah, just something I just thought about asking you.
But how would we renew it though? If you're thinking about it like that, like how would we in a sense recycle that energy? Like how would that even work?
Well, that's an even deeper good question.
Hmm.
Like I feel as though it wouldn't be recyclable. I just feel because it would be like however many people is created. Like for instance, if someone died and we are again if we're hypothetically able to bottle up wherever that energy is, that's it. It's like
Mm-hmm.
it's like almost like a money system. Like for us to keep a certain value, we have to keep a certain amount of money, right? It's to me it would be something like that. Like however many souls there is on this earth, that's how many bottled energies we have, if that makes sense.
Well, there's some people who think that Earth is a prison planet and that this is just a place where souls are harvested. So, you know, I like I
So
said, we still trying to figure it out.
yeah, 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 yeah.
But yeah, that's
But it
that's I
sounds
get
like
what you're saying.
yeah, because it sounds like you might entertain it. It sounds like you might be.
No, no, this is what I do. Let me tell you why I make sure that I hear both sides so
Yeah.
I can make an informed decision. So yeah, I've heard all the conspiracy theories, I've heard all the ancient astronaut theories, I've heard all the mythos, I've heard all of it. So I can make an informed decision based on what I think and not what somebody told me. So yeah, I've heard both sides. That don't mean I agree.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Peace. Thanks for coming up.
For sure.
You
Right,
said
brother.
nobody.
Brother Asar is in the building. Let's go, brother Asar.
Peace to you,
What's up,
sa.neter.
Asar? Peace
Peace to you,
to you.
Sister Doctor. Peace
Mm-hmm.
to you, was it DMG, Brother DMG? Peace
Peace,
to
Peace,
bro.
you,
Brother
brother.
Brother
DB.
Keon.
Peace to
Peace
you,
to
bro.
everybody in the chat. Um, First thing I want to say to sa.neter is I got money on those Knicks, so I need them boys to come out and get that win for me. Just want
Yes,
to get
sir.
that out the way.
Yes, sir. You know it.
Men just gotta discuss sports.
But what I want to say to you, sister, is I'm enjoying everything that you're saying. Most of what I study and what I know, it aligns with what you're speaking, and I appreciate you coming up here and giving some clarity for someone who studied, has degrees in it, and actually know what they're talking about. It's funny because, like sa.neter said, this is the toughest environment to be in. This platform right here, and I see. There were some people that I heard the brother say anybody wants some smoke, come up on here. I don't see nobody on here who wants some smoke. I see my brother Keon who we had a discussion with this some days before, who was in opposition of the science we were presenting him, is now in front of a scientist and says he wants no smoke with the scientists. You see how
And
tough it is? You see how
it's
tough
so
that is,
funny. It's
right?
so funny because me and DMG talk about that. Like the smoke, it be like it's a conversation about the smoke, but I don't never
Yeah,
see it. I don't see it
yeah,
nowhere. So
right,
I'm just
right.
trying to figure it out.
That's a fact.
I
I'm
mean, I
electronic
mean,
conversation.
you you have a bona fide scientist right here who could answer the questions that you may have, right?
Hmm.
And another thing, what I find disingenuous is when you have an opposition to the information, you haven't even studied that information or even have studying anything opposite of the information. Are you a creationist? Well, no, I'm not a creationist. Well, what do you believe? Well, I haven't studied any of it. Well, if you haven't studied any of it, how can you oppose it? Right?
I'm a skeptic.
This is
That's what
but
I am.
being
We
skeptical,
all skeptics.
skeptics. I
Yeah.
was just about to say, it,
Exactly. That's
skeptic
why I don't
studies.
disagree with her.
Skeptic studies everything. And
Hey,
through that skepticism, you come to eventually a conclusion from your study. You don't stay
Okay.
skeptical on
Well,
everything,
since you want to poke the
right?
bear, then let me ask you this, then,
I
too
do.
sweet.
I do.
Let me ask you this, then, too sweet, because this is what you said,
yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't come from monkey, but you do believe we do come from monkey people, right?
No,
Incarnation of
no,
monkeys and
no,
people.
no, baby, no, no. It's not monkey people. I need you to say it with me. Common ape-like ancestor.
What is ape like?
Say it.
What is ape like?
It's self-explanatory. It's like an ape. Like
Monkey
I don't
people.
know.
Monkey people.
No, an ape ain't a monkey, and a monkey ain't an ape. A human is not a
Thank
If it's
you.
monkey.
a person like an ape, then that means it's an ape-like person, which is a ape person, a monkey person. It's the what
How
you're
did
trying to make it
you?
sound smarter than what it actually they're trying to describe.
Baby, no, what you're doing is you're oversimplifying something that's actually complex. That's what you're doing.
Thank you.
And that's the
Is that what it is?
issue. That's the issue with most religious people, and I'm not taking shots, is that it's like because I don't understand, this
Uh,
is the only way for me to comprehend what's being said, even if what I'm transliterating it to is incorrect. But it's like, no, if you start with a faulty premise, you're never going to understand anything else that follows because you already got a faulty
I get it. I'm
foundation.
religious. I can get it. I get it. I'm religious. So what does the ape-like person look like? What is it? What does it look like?
It looks like an ape. Like I
Oh,
don't know
it looks like
what
an
you
ape.
looking for,
So it's an
right?
ape. So is it an ape or an ape-like person? What is it?
It's it's ape-like, meaning it resembles an
Of
ape.
what?
Like you're looking for
But
more.
what is it? Okay, okay. No, no, no. If it resembles an ape, then what is it
Mhm.
foundationally? Foundationally, it
It's
will be what?
a primate. So
Okay.
see, it's
There
it's
you
it's
go.
like if you have a basic understanding of what a primate is,
The primate is the generality of what it is. That's the classification. We're talking about what it
right?
looks like. What does it look like? What is the foundation? If it's ape-like, then it's ape-like what? What is the foundation that is ape-like?
So the foundation is if you look at an ape, right? Go look at an ape right now and imagine something that looks like that. You're asking for specifics, but when I ask you to show me your God, you can't even give me a fossil.
Yeah,
You
you
can't
gotta
give
step back.
me,
Yeah, for sure, because it's about God. It's not about God. We're talking about the ape-like people. So if the ape-like, okay, so you're saying the ape-like people is like apes. How is it ape-like if it's like an ape?
baby. That's like asking why is an apple because it's an apple? Like what?
No, if I say an apple is like an orange, it means that it's different. It wouldn't be the same thing. You can't say an ape like ape. That just doesn't make any sense. So
I
if it's
never said
ape
no.
like,
Nobody
what is
said
it
ape
like?
like ape. It's like you're.
I know
Nobody
you
said
didn't.
ape like ape. It's
Okay,
ape like, and that
like
is
what?
very self-explanatory. It's like an ape.
The
It's
thing
literally
is
telling you
ape
it's like an
like.
ape.
So what? Okay, so if the thing is ape like, that means it's not an ape. If it's like an ape, it's not an ape, right? Or is that confusing? Am I being confusing?
So not being something has nothing to do with whether it's like something. Jeans
That's
are
not my
jeans,
question.
but they're like pants.
That's not my
So
question. That's not my
you're
question.
you're confusing
No,
yourself.
because
You're saying
you're trying so hard to not try to compare it to a human being that's like an ape. That's what you're trying to do. You're not saying foundationally it's like a human being because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about
it's
our
not.
origin. We're
So
talking
okay,
about
let me talk.
our
Let me
origin,
talk.
so it has to have
Okay.
aspects of who we are, right?
Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. So if you let me talk.
Okay.
So you are saying I'm trying to avoid saying it's like a human. When the common ape-like ancestor existed, humans did not exist. So how can you compare it to something that did not exist?
That is not the
You
point.
don't have it.
Sister, we know
How is
it
that not the
doesn't
point?
exist. We just-
Number one, brother Keon. Humans are apes, brother.
I get
Humans.
That's
that.
it.
I don't
are
disagree. I
apes.
don't disagree. I don't disagree.
So why
So what is your disagreement?
So my
yeah.
disagreement, there's
What's the
not a
question?
disagreement. I'm trying to get you to say something, but you don't want to say it because you know that it's not what is supposed to be said. You don't want to make a connection. Hold on, brother. Stop.
What sense does that make?
I will explain it all if I could just explain it.
Go
I
ahead,
got
go
you.
ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You don't want to say it because you don't want to make no connection with ape people and like monkeys. That's the connection you don't want to make because that's the way everyone says. Everyone says we come from monkeys. So you try so hard to not say they're ape-like instead of saying they're human beings that are ape-like because that's what they say. They're evolved
No.
or not evolved, but they're the first origins of human beings. So they have to have some aspect of human beings in them. Right?
Hey Doc,
No.
I'm gonna ask you. Hey Doc, can I ask you a question? And it may be
Please.
stupid. You know? I tell everybody
No.
I got a GED. So if this is a stupid question, just let me know. Are apes and monkeys the same thing?
No, they're not.
So
Just like orangutans and bonobos are not the same thing.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So were you trying to clear that up for him? Because I think the misunderstanding is that we see humans now, and that's all we can imagine. So the idea of something pre-human that is neither human nor ape, it causes people to be confounded because they have to imagine something that they've never seen. So if I say ape like, that means it's like an ape. It's like, what else? I don't know what else you're looking for. It's not a human being. It's not like a human being. It's not like anything else. It's ape like. It's that simple.
Yeah, I just get a little confused when we having this conversation and we start talking about monkeys.
Well,
right. The monkey keeps coming in. Go ahead.
Yeah, he just was doing that back and forth with you, plainly, just to say something because he didn't have a real point. Sa told him that humans were apes. He said he agrees, but then he asking you that question, which was the same thing. So he didn't have a real point. He was just talking because he agrees with you. He agrees with you. No, we got the point.
Good point.
You wanted her to say monkeys, but how could she get to monkeys when she's saying it's ape-like? You wanted her to say monkeys, but why would she say monkeys?
What does the ape-like being look like?
Oh my God.
I'm just go back to that because y'all just went on this whole tangent about everything
Bruh.
that has nothing to do with my conversation. I really just want to talk to Too Sweet.
So what does an ape? What does an ape look like?
Furry, hands, feet, kind of messed up vertebrae.
Okay. I'm like, whatever. But so everything you just described
It's a hominid.
is a hominid. And so I don't know what else you're looking for other than, like you said, you want me to say monkey because you want me to contradict myself, but I'm not gonna do that because I understand the difference between. I don't know, but he just said he wanted me to say monkey. Why would I say monkey when I know
they're monkey people?
No, that okay. All right, cool. That's what you call them.
How do you split? How do you give me this? How do you split? And then on one aspect you get apes, on another aspect you get humans, but for some reason the common ancestor is not a mixture of both. Like what are we talking about?
Honey, the common ancestor literally has everything that we have. So what are you talking about?
That is literally my point.
No, it's not your point. No.
They're monkey people. You're describing monkey people. We come from monkey people. People that are a mixture of monkeys, apes, primates. I really don't care what word you want to put in there.
Brother Keon, no one has said we come from monkeys, brother. And we said
it's
that
it's monkey people. I know it's a mixture.
Hold on. I actually just said at the beginning, people saying that we come from monkeys, and we keep explaining to you there's a common ancestor with every living organism, brother. And sometimes y'all just don't get it. Y'all keep bringing back monkeys. Listen, hold on.
Thank you.
This out. check this out, right? When you use your mind and really think about it and go outside the box, where did the word human come from? See, and because of that word, because of that name that they gave us to describe humans, that's where our people is confused. What if they would have said ape human? Then you would have said, oh, we are apes. Everybody knows us as apes humans.
Right. Good point.
But how do you make an ape an ape human? I was just
hold on, listen. Check this out. I typed up the word. How old is the word human? And it came back and said the earliest conformed use of the word human dates back to the Middle English period around 1450. It evolved from Old English, Old French, humane, which in turn come from the Latin humanus, meaning of man. The root of humanus is believed to be linked to the Proto-Indo-European, meaning earthlings. See? So imagine if they would have said and came up with the term human apes or ape human. Then you wouldn't have no problem saying, oh yeah, we are apes. We do come from the same common ancestor, right? That's what you would say.
Sure.
Right. Good point.
Because
let's move on, sir.
Can I address something right quick?
Go ahead, brother.
So I saw that our sister Neftali was in the audience, and she said something to the effect of, if I'm wanting to build my channel, this is not the way to do it. And we never reached out to her to do a follow-up show. So sis, listen, I said I wish y'all well for a reason, because I really do. The problem is, after you debated this sister, you continue with your show on your channel and you redid your presentation. That is disingenuous as hell when it comes to having a debate.
Mm-hmm.
You literally provided your information all over again without her there to counter that information.
Yeah, you got to leave it up to the people now. Once you put the debate down, you leave it up to the people.
So why would we reach out to you to do a follow-up? You did your follow-up. You put your whole presentation out after the sister left. Then y'all slandered the sister name. Y'all talked about the sister again after she had left. It's no reason to reach back out. That was corny. That was foul. So again, I wish y'all well. But what you did wasn't cool. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not saying nothing ill about you, your husband, or your people. I'm simply saying what you did was disingenuous and it was disrespectful. And because I'm up here, you trying to make it seem like I'm doing something foul. Look, that is hypocritical as hell, and you need to open your book and study your scriptures a little more, because I'm feeling like you the hypocrite in this situation. And you knew you lost that debate, and that's why you started displaying your information over again, because you wanted the last thing the people who was watching to see was your information. Stop playing.
Right.
Again,
all that backbiting and gossiping, and it was unnecessary, because if your intellect can meet me where my intellect is, then it ain't no need for all that. I ain't even did a review show yet. I'll let the people talk, because I know I know that my intellect is going to speak for itself. I don't need to try to persuade people. I don't need to try to go slander nobody. The information going to speak for itself. And I'm the atheist, but I got the person who's supposed to be representing God backbiting and slandering me. So what does that say?
Yeah, you said you didn't disrespect me, and you came to me with the utmost respect. But at the end of the day, you disrespected the sister who down with my channel, who represent my channel, who promote my channel, who I call my little sister. So if you disrespected her, you disrespected me. So listen, if promoting my channel is capitulating to somebody who gonna openly disrespect somebody who down with me and down with my channel, then that's not how I'm gonna ever promote my channel. I stay at 1,400 subscribers for the rest of my life before I capitulate to somebody disrespecting me and somebody down with me.
And this is, I want to say this real quick, and this is why I'm always be down with Paradigm Shift TV 314, because DMG is a brother who is full of integrity, and I'm a woman who's full of integrity. So I'm gonna rock with him. And instead of a person feeling like, oh, I gotta slander you, just step up your game and we can, not Neftali, but we can have a rematch if it's that serious. You understand? If you feel like you got more information to add, let's try to build. But the slander and all of that is unnecessary. We supposedly trying to build as a people, so that's not gonna help.
What we've learned here in the
Okay,
House of
okay.
Consciousness is when people slander and use ad hominems, it's because they're getting cut. They don't have no information to back it
Got it.
up. So then they start they start trying to disrespect you because that's all they got. You didn't already beat them down.
Well, so I got a question. If you mind, if I can jump in and ask the Queen and
Yeah,
stuff.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
King.
Who's that? What's
Yes,
up?
King. Please,
Yeah.
Dr. Too Sweet. I listened to your presentation. I definitely appreciate it. I have some questions though. See if I can kind of. Did she jump? Okay. See if I can kind of match your intellect where you at with it. Let's kind of get off of monkeys. So it's like a two-part question, but I want to give you a premise. Kind of question is going to be in regards to African genome versus non-African genomes, and the dominant and possibly I'm suggesting that the African genome is the dominant genome, and the recessive genome would be the non-African genotype. Uh, so when I say Homo erectus walks out of Africa, right? So this is a two-part question.
Mm-hmm.
When I ask you what hominid did Homo erectus encounter when he walked out of Africa? That was to be the first question. What was the hominid that the upright man, right, encountered when he walked out of Africa? What hominid?
Mm-hmm.
Then the second part question would be in regards to Homo sapiens, and I'm using Homo sapien in regards to modern day humans.
Right.
So, as its origin in Africa, right? When I mentioned
Mm-hmm.
earlier
Mm-hmm.
the African genome
Mm-hmm.
versus the Neanderthal, okay, genome, which is I would consider a non-African genome type. So, and when we look at the common ancestor as Heidelberg, I can never pronounce it, Homo heidelbergensis, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That genotype originates in Africa. So that genotype would have had to have left Africa and mutated into a Neanderthal. So my question would be, at what point would the Neanderthal and the Homo sapien genotype have, when would they have admixed?
So the general consensus right now is that hominids left Africa and then
Okay,
some went back, right?
okay. Homo,
So and you got to remember that these different hominids overlap. So it wasn't just like, oh, the earth was filled with, Homo habilis and then they died off and then now you got Denisovans. There was an overlapping of each other. And you
they
got to remember humans are naturally migratory. So if the general consensus says that people left Africa and then came back, it only makes sense that when they left again, that there were other people that was already there, according to the general consensus.
so you really so let's just answer it. Maybe I should ask it a different way so we can get kind of some clarity. So initially, when I asked the question, when Homo erectus walked out, what hominid he encountered, what would you say? What was the hominid that the Homo erectus encountered? Was there any?
If well, honestly, I would have to look at that because the
Okay.
timeline is all screwed up in my head. But again, like it would have been any number of different transitional species because there's an overlap.
Well,
Um,
there wasn't any at that point because remember, Homo erectus is the first upright man. He was the first person to actually walk out of Africa. So that's my question: is would he have would he have encountered any other hominids? Him being the first hominid to actually walk upright. And
well, and
the point that I'm making is that genotype specifically originates in Africa. Is not nowhere else. So that's an African genotype, right?
right. But
So
again, what I'm saying is if they all
so
go
when
ahead.
when that genotype leaves Africa and mutates, it becomes recessive, right?
Well, that's what I wanted to get to too, because you had asked about like the non-African genome being recessive. In a sense, a lot of non-African genes are recessive, but dark-skinned people can't synthesize vitamin D, which would be considered a recessive gene. So
Yeah.
when you're saying like which one is non-recessive and which one is dominant, doesn't it depend on the environment and what's necessary? Because what's dominant for me, like I have a broad nose which allows me to breathe in more air for a tropical climate. Does that benefit me if I live in Antarctica where it's cold and there's not as much sun?
Well, that's the
Like in
mutation.
Antarctica, right? But in Antarctica, that phenotype would be considered recessive because it's not conducive to that particular environment. You see what
Well,
I'm saying?
is that not the mutation of the African gene? So
Yeah.
Africa has the highest gene diversity, correct? I think
Uh.
it's like 25%
Yeah.
to each.
There's more genetic.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, in Africa. So that genotype
Right.
is that's why I'm saying is if my genotype has a 25% higher diversity, that means that to me I'm at an advantage, right? To a
Right.
non-African genotype that's less. So that's
Right.
where we have the African genotype where it can throw um, the black and the white and still be what is it called? Heterozyte versus homo. You know what I'm saying? Where
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
so
So, but here's the thing, because I'm trying to understand what point you're
the
getting at,
point.
because we know that the African is the quote unquote original. So of course they're gonna have more genetic diversity. Of course, once they leave their natural habitat, which is that tropical climate, the phenotypes that they have developed are not gonna be conducive to every other environment. Like when they
Right.
started to go into Europe and stuff, that's
Uh-huh.
why they have the aquiline noses, because that wide nose, it's not conducive to that colder climate. So I
Right.
like, again, I think like you're
So
asking a question
I
but
wanted to
answering your own question.
yeah. See, I wanted to establish that point before I asked. You know what I'm saying? The question is really in regards to the Neanderthal and Homo sapien, right? Because
Hmm.
so we are the Homo sapien sapien, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you consider someone who has more of a non-African genotype to still be Homo sapiens, even though we
Yes.
have even you would?
Yes, because you have to go by the taxonomy, not how you feel, not what
Uh-huh.
you think is different between us. You got to go by the
Uh-huh.
genetic. So there's more genetic diversity between Africans than there are between a black person and a white person,
Uh-huh.
right?
Uh-huh.
So it's like, how why are we still stuck on this whole idea of race when we know scientifically it has nothing to do with nothing? Like
Well, I think
literally has nothing to
scientifically
do with nothing,
that is the difference scientifically because earlier when you asked the question about the tail, right?
right?
Those non-African genotypes have a higher percentage of still throwing that junk DNA, right?
That's who I don't think that's true, because there are dark skinned people who have been born with the tail, and I don't
At
think
a
the
lower
numbers
rate,
say that
at
they have
a lower
I
rate, I
don't
believe.
know. I would have to look
I would,
into that, but
yeah, I would say they have a higher percentage of to this day Caucasians still being born with a elongated tail.
I think, do you think that Africans have 0% Neanderthal DNA? Like, is that what you
Well,
believe?
well, when they use the scientific term sub-Saharan, they will make the argument that a lot of those African genotypes never left, so therefore they didn't admix with the you know what I'm saying, Neanderthal DNA. So they have a very 0 to 1% one, you know,
Right,
below
right.
Chad. So
But then so why does it make sense to
those would
say
be okay.
no? Real quick, why does it make sense to point out how non-Africans have or how Africans have only a small percentage of Neanderthal DNA, if we know it's because of migratory patterns, not because we are different from white people, but because their ancestors traveled further than the sub-Saharan. Like scientifically, we know the reason. So why put race into it when we know skin color is literally just based on where you live? Well,
But
it's genetics, but you know what I'm saying? Like it
the,
developed out of your environment.
It's a combination. Yeah, it's a combination of both.
the mutation is what made it different, right? Them leaving and becoming a
Well,
different
yeah.
them becoming a different subclass, right? Once they've gone and now they're totally different.
No, they're still Homo sapien though. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all trying to make it seem like they're
They never
not that
were. They never
mutation.
were. They never were.
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
let
The
me ask
Homo
you a question.
sapien genome. Go ahead.
So when you say they totally different, is that to say that so if I need a a kidney or a lung, can I not get a kidney or a lung from them?
Are you you're in reference to like who is a universal donor and who is not?
No, just
I'm
white people
what,
in general, right?
what I'm saying is because if they something totally different, I shouldn't be able to take on their organs and vice
You
versa.
shouldn't be able to have children with them
Oh God, you
if
couldn't
they're
be
That
different.
part.
reproduced with them if
That
they
If
were a
they
part.
different
something
species.
if
You
they
shouldn't
something
be able to have
totally
children
different,
with them if they're different.
if
They're
they
Homo
something
sapien
totally
sapien, like the sister is
We
saying.
could go into question was the Neanderthal sterile or not. I believe it was the Homo sapien male with the Neanderthal woman. I don't think the Neanderthal male was impregnating or it was there, but I do believe that there is an instance of one of them being sterile. But
But
go ahead.
how, if one of them was sterile, then consummation or conception cannot happen? It's like
Mhm.
when you create a mule, right? A mule is a horse and a donkey. That mule is now sterile. He can't propagate his genes.
Right.
So if either one of those two on either side was sterile, the genes can't propagate either way. So I don't see how that's even possible. What you're saying?
Well, that's how it happened. What other way would there been? Because they definitely were are two different. So the common ancestor between Neanderthal and Homo sapien is the Heidelberg genus, right? So they're not, and they're in two different locations. So the mutation occurred for Neanderthal within a colder environment. Is that correct? Would you not agree with that?
What? What the
The, the,
Neanderthal
the,
mutation?
so if the common ancestor between Homo sapien and the Neanderthal is the what is it? I got it written down. Heidelberg Genesis.
Heidelbergensis. Hmm.
Okay. So when does Neanderthal, the mutation from Heidelberg Genesis, where does that would have to occur in a colder environment for it to even
Not
the mutation to occur? It didn't happen in
why
Africa. That's
why would the climate have anything to do with whether two hominids are able to conceive?
that's not what it does. That's not the question. The climate has to do with the initial mutation. So I'm asking you, when Heidelberg Genesis left Africa, right? So
Mhm.
so Neanderthal doesn't come from Homo sapien. He comes from the Heidelberg, right? So I'm asking, my point that I'm making is that occurs not in Africa, but in a colder climate. The climate itself is what I would argue is what even creates the mutation. Because
What
what
mutation?
is
But wait, what mutation are you talking about? What
the
mutation?
mutation of the gene from Heidelberg Genesis to the hold on, my phone is ringing.
But wait,
To the
you're
to
saying
the
the mutation because you're what you're saying is implying that there had to be some type of mutation for
Had to be.
Neanderthal and but why would you say that from a biochemist level? All it takes is the
Where was the
genes lining
transitional
up.
bones? Where
So
was
are
the
we when
transitional
you saying
bones
that
from the
the Neanderthal was a mutation?
has to be. That's exactly what. So that was where my point
There,
from establishing from the
So white
beginning
people
the
aren't human.
non-African genome versus the African genome.
but
That's
wait,
why I
but
established
but
that from the
but all the transitional species are literal
there is none.
mutations. So I
Okay,
don't like. I am confusion. I'm confusing right now.
well, you just said it. All of the they're mutations. So that's what I'm saying. from Heidelberg-Genesis to Neanderthal, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that mutation
There
doesn't
was
prevent
the
them from being
mutation.
Homo sapiens sapiens, though. That's what she's saying. That mutation
No,
doesn't prevent them
No,
from
it's
being Homo
still
sapiens sapiens.
they still would be
yes,
Right.
Homo
it
sapien
does because
sapien.
so. Listen, Homo sapien occurs about 300,000 years ago, right? Neanderthal is about 400,000, right? The Heidelberg-Genesis is about 400,000 years ago.
Hey,
So
we got the glow Juju in the buildings. What's up, sis?
Hey, Juju, was
What
good.
up, Doc Two Sleep DMG? Shout out to HOK. Um, yeah, I just wanted to make a few statements because you're a little confused, so I'll make a few statements and hopefully it'll
Thank you.
clear it up. Um,
Oh,
one, there's ghost DNA on continental Africa. That is archaic DNA. We know this. So, two, there's no such thing as a pure human, meaning continental Africans have some type of archaic admixture. We just don't know what that is because ghost DNA means that we don't have no physical evidence. We haven't found any bones. However, it's in the genome, it's in the genetics. Three, Homo sapien needs recessive genes, okay? So there's no such thing like dominant genes are better than recessive. We need both. So I don't know what that's about.
Good point.
Four, well, Caucasian white people, those are Homo sapien. White people did not come from Africa. What happened is that Homo sapien stretched out, and this will go into my fifth point, meaning that Neanderthal, Denisovan, and Homo sapien are so closely related that they can actually procreate. Understand?
Mm.
That's why Europeans have Neanderthal admixture. Where am I on six? So African Americans, because we have that European admixture, also has Neanderthal DNA. Small percentage, but it's in you. So when you're shouting down the Neanderthal, be careful. Also, if you read some scientific journals, you would know that those Neanderthal genes are extremely important. How is it? Nature, especially evolution, favors diversity, favors variation. So if you don't have a good mix of genes, you're not likely to survive. I think
Right.
I'll end if
Thank you. The good juju bringing in some clarity because boy, we was lost in the sauce
got
for
you,
a
Dr.
second
Sadie.
there.
no,
Just,
we wasn't lost, but she definitely
just a
cleared
little,
cleared
just
it
a
up.
little. It's
But
okay.
so I would just say that from what Juju says, she doesn't agree that the African genome is a dominant genome type over
I didn't say that.
non-African.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. If it was a dominant genotype, like I'm thinking there's no way we would have developed sickle cell. Like that's a weird dominant gene to
Yeah.
develop
Mhm.
sickle cell
Yeah.
from
Well,
me.
maybe I shouldn't say dominant. Maybe I should say more advantageous.
That's not really, that's not necessarily true. I mean,
Having. Can I make the
wait.
argument that?
That
Can I make the argument? Oh, go ahead.
there's no such thing as human supremacy.
Mm.
None. Okay.
Say that.
Human
Thank you.
supremacy.
Smallpox was found in Africa long time ago. We
Uh-huh.
know that some Egyptians actually had smallpox. That
Mhm.
doesn't seem like that's human supremacy, right? We shouldn't
No,
be
of
able
course
to
not.
get Ebola or get
Mm-hmm.
it's SIMS. It's the predecessor to AIDS. We shouldn't be able to get that if we have such these dominant genes, and we don't.
Yeah,
I know
there's
that
no
goes
such thing as
into
a perfect gene.
immunity, but if we so dominant, I mean, we gonna live and die like everybody else. Let's
Of
not
course,
get
of course.
dominant.
Maybe I shouldn't have said me use that word, but I would say that having a genotype that has a higher diversity is more advantageous than having a genotype that if I'm 33% more than you, I'm at a higher advantage than you
No,
in
you're
most
not.
things. No, because
So I think.
most of those genes, once we just said, are mutated genes. So
So
you would have to make the point to me to where you could explain how a mutated recessive gene is more advantageous than the original
She just
dominant
gave
gene.
you an
so
example with sickle
and
cell, though. Sickle cell
right.
is it.
That's not what we're talking about. We're not saying that you can't have that gene be
So
African gene and get sick.
Okay,
Do
so
you understand
no
what I'm
science.
saying?
So no, science doesn't care about your personal feelings or your
Look,
bias.
I
You
didn't say
can
anything
believe.
personally, Juju. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
it is. It's giving,
higher
the
genetic diversity.
African American
Higher, no,
supremacy.
Juju. Higher genetic diversity.
Uh-oh.
So you can
Uh-oh.
we
find
got
Higher
Unc
genetic
in the
diversity.
building.
We
you
got
can
Unk
find
in the
high
building.
Oh shit.
genetic
Trust me.
diversity.
I'm
She
peer
getting peer
reviewed.
reviewed.
That's right. That's right.
You can
Peace,
find high
brother.
genetic
I'm not even
diversity
finna talk no more. We got
and
Unc in the
very
building.
let
I'm
me
gone.
finish. Let me finish. Don't talk
I
over me.
know,
Peace
don't
to
run
you,
from
brother
her.
Unk.
Don't run
I
from
mean, I
her.
listened to
Dang.
you. I listened to you for a long time, but you can find a high diversity of genes in someone who's very admixed with a lot of different ethnicities. That's giving high diversity. You get what I'm saying? You, on the other hand, just have what? Maybe European and African. That won't really give high diversity, though. So you're speaking
It's not
against
giving.
yourself.
Mm.
You're speaking against
Hey, I
yourself a
love
little
books.
bit.
I
And,
got
and
that book right
I
there.
explained it in the beginning that nature, evolution favors diversity, variety, right? I told you that. There's no need to keep kicking the
But
bucket with it.
that comes from the African genotype, that diversity,
No,
that
it
diverse
comes from a
gene.
mixture. It comes from a mixture of all the genomes on Earth. So
Right.
the Africa, no,
Juju,
no, let me finish. Let me finish.
go ahead.
Let me finish. So I think people confuse like the diversity of Africa. So this is how it really goes. People within Africa are on different spectrums of the genetic pool than an African would be to someone outside of Africa. For instance, indigenous Egyptian would be closely more related to someone outside of Africa, right? So how would that make sense though? How would that make
Because
like the
they
whole
have a high level of admixture, because they
All
have a
right,
high level of
King J.
no?
Mediterranean and Levantine
Go
All
DNA.
ahead,
right,
Bobby.
King J. Hold on for a minute, King J. I would like for my man Keon, because Keon is smart with it. He goes in. I would
What's
like
up?
for
What's up?
Keon to ask Unc the same questions he asked Too Sweet. Keon,
Uh-oh.
let's go to you, brother.
Let me speak to Juju. Juju, pseudo killer official. What's good with you? And big
Chilling.
up
What
to the
up?
family, man. Big up.
What up, Bobby?
What's good?
Bobby
All right,
West, Bobby Banger, the God Killer.
What's up?
all right. Keon, let's go. Let's start with you, brother.
Yeah,
Ask Unc them same questions, brother. Let's see the response.
got you. Unc, you know I love you. I don't know why Si's doing this, but yeah. So, Unc, why do
That's
you
what he do.
believe that we come from monkey people, brother?
Oh, first of all, I don't believe it in. We do not come from monkey people. That's crazy. Only
Everybody
religious
tell
zealots
you
say
that,
that.
man.
That's not true. I get it though. Nobody. That's not what science says. That's what the creationists say, and that's what the unintelligent say. So that's not true.
Oh, damn. So,
Yep,
so
I
is
got it
it?
in my book.
So is the common ancestor right?
Mhm.
Is it a admixture of both human and ape-like characteristics?
Yeah. First of all, humans don't even come from apes. Humans are apes.
Wait.
The
You
Oh,
said yeah,
scientific
right?
classification.
Sorry. Wait. You said yeah,
You
right?
get it? I said,
Yeah.
I wanted to preference that though, right?
Okay.
I said yes.
Okay. Yes.
That would be Xanthopithecus boise. Y'all call her Lucy. You hear Dr. Ben say that's the African woman, right? But she's
Okay.
actually not a
So
human. She's a Xanthopithecus boise. But let me move
got you.
a
Hold
little
on.
bit. So I said
Okay.
humans don't come from apes. I said humans are apes. You heard me, right?
That's a fact. I hear you. I got you.
All right, now go
So
ahead.
what
I
you say
just
yes to? What are you saying yes to?
asked the question again. I'm saying yes to what you asked me. You said it's a mixture, right? To the common ancestor of what? What common ancestor? Who? You on mute. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, my fault. My fault. Yeah.
All right, now go ahead.
So yeah, so you're saying yes to what? My question was, is it a mixture of apes, which you said is humans,
Humans are
and
apes.
humans?
What? A
Okay. So
common
you're saying
ancestor
no?
from what you mean a common ancestor between chimpanzees and humans, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we have a common ancestor because that's the only scientific answer. So the
So
question is,
the common ancestor is a mixture of characteristics of chimpanzees and humans, right?
so let's talk about that for a minute. right?
Okay.
It's important. You got to get the right. You got to go. You right now you at 3 and don't understand 1. You'll
That's a
never
fact.
understand 3 if you don't know what the hell's going on with 1. It's simple, bro. Like that's how we got to do it. So the common ancestor is neither a human or a chimpanzee. You got it?
That's a fact.
Now, how do we know it's the common ancestor? Because it shares 98% of the genome. So on planet Earth, whenever a living organism share 99% of the genome, somewhere down the line it had to be a daggone common ancestor. If you share 3% of the genome, somewhere down the line, farther down the line, you share a common ancestor. First thing that arrive on Earth is what? Yo, life is what? Plants, correct? So we share a common ancestor with a plant. I know you can't imagine it, bro. I know you can't go back 4.2 million years, whatever it is, and get it. I don't expect nobody to get that.
Nah, that Sister Naphtali brought up how we share 50% DNA with the banana.
You gotta let
Go
me
ahead.
finish, yo. You just dove out of nowhere and confused the whole con.
No.
I was rocking. You just killed me. Now, the
Go
only
ahead.
reason you can eat a banana, the only reason you can eat a plant is because you share a common ancestor with it. It's part of you, nutrients. So there's no separation, you know what I'm saying, on biological organisms on Earth. It's just the way you see it. Like you look at a white person and say, that's not me, that's a white person. Nah, y'all the same goddamn thing. Is the skin deep shit got you fucked up. The skin color got you fucked up. The hair texture got fucked up. And most of all, the daggone culture got you messed up. Culture got you saying these different people, okay, bet. But in essence, right, they're humans just like you. So a rat, a roach, you can eat roaches, right? If you was in a situation, you can eat the protein from the roaches. Simple as that. You're going to eat them, but you can eat any bug. So they call it food shaming. Based off where you live at, people eat different things. They got bush meat in Africa. They eat the monkeys, right? You saying that's crazy. They looking at you saying, you eating chicken? You crazy. So we all looking at each other real weird like. Okay, so I'm saying we can eat that food because somewhere down the line, yo, we all share a common ancestor with all living organisms on Earth, bro. Ain't no getting away from that. Any other explanation is called pseudo. They start making up shit.
That was me, Dr. T Sweet. I wasn't arguing against you. I was just saying.
Yeah,
you saying the folly.
Yeah, that was Too Sweet. This is her show, so that's
I apologize, Too Sweet. I apologize, Too Sweet. My fault.
No, you're good. I did interrupt you though, but thank you for joining the panel. I know you have a lot of information and insight to offer, so thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to hit y'all up with that. Yo, we all, you know, we talk crazy about we all, a lot of us love Dr. Ben. I know I do, right? And we love Shigant Diop's, right?
Yep, got all those. Yep.
Yeah, we do, yeah. But I'm saying, where the hell y'all thought I learned evolution from? I learned it from these dudes. Yeah, so I learned it from these dudes.
Right. So when people say it's the white man's science, they are very, very misinformed.
Well, no, they're disrespectful, right?
That
because
part.
first of all, science is a human endeavor. Skin color don't got nothing to do with science. And the first place where they first start to orchestrate something remotely close to science would be in Africa, proto-science. This is it's right here, detailed in the general history of Africa. This book is entitled Methodology. The method, how do you get to your answer? What is the methods that you use to get to your answer? Right? You ain't just hounding black history, you're not doing that. You need to have a methodology that would allow you to see if you're correct or not. You can't just howl out shit.
Hey, I said that in the beginning of the show because my debate with the Sister Naphtali, a lot of her answers was just, oh, God did it. But that's spookism. That ain't science no more. You feel me? So that was a point that I made in the beginning, that you don't get to just make claims or say, oh, because we don't understand, it got to be God. Nah, there's a methodology to get answers.
Yeah, it is. And I tell you what, science and religion are both human endeavors, right? We can agree to that, right?
Yes.
So once you get scientifically literate, you shouldn't bash nobody for their religion either. I had to learn that, right? Because it's another way, the way humans think. Yo, we believe, right? As a matter of fact, we evolved to believe, right? That's what it is. Like our brains, the way we think, we believe. A person can be on the phone, right? And you talking to them, you hear something in the background, you'll think you know what it is. And they in there. They on the phone, they in the room with something, and the person on the phone think they know what's going on. Because it's important. And what is it called, Juju, when it's called the theory of the mind? Where I think, like right now on this panel, all of us, right? We all think we know what the hell each one of us is thinking about. I think I know this bit about it. I think he know that. Is it? Yeah, that's the theory of the mind, right? So I'm saying who we are as Homo sapiens sapiens, and knowledgeable man, indicative of men and women, right? That's part of it, yo. We believe every damn thing. That's why your relationships, a woman or a man can trick you. We believe the nigga ain't cheating. No, she ain't cheating. We believe our kids just went to goddamn on school, found out they ain't been going for a month and they smoking weed. We believe on folks. Now,
That's
that's why
another
we
point
got
I brought up in my debate, how our brain, there's an article about how our brains are built to be superstitious in a sense. That's why kids are naturally superstitious. They have imaginary friends. They see things that we are feel like is not there. So I tried to explain to the sister that her and them being religious is natural, but that doesn't mean that your belief supersedes empirical scientific data. That's where it stops. You understand? So that was my point in the debate. It's like you could question science all day. That doesn't mean that you're challenging it. You're just asking questions, but do you have the answers? Is the point.
You should not
like the video, thumb up the video.
And then why would the Bible have to be scientific? That's the wildest thing to me. Religion ain't scientific. God ain't science. God could just snap his fingers or say it, and it is. So I don't know why people would even remotely try to make science and religion compatible. They two separate things. They two separate tools. One is for the supernatural world and the believers, and one is for the natural world. For everybody that's claiming to be natural people, you hear it all the time in this community. We natural people. We're natural. We're natural. Okay, if you're natural, then what's the thing that studies nature? Not religion. Religion don't study nature. Science is the knowledge of what? What is it that science? What is it that scientists want to know? They want to know and understand the natural world. So if you're a natural person and you think then the thing to understand the natural world is science. Now, if you want to be the supernatural world, then pick a religion. Pick one. You got thousands of religions on planet Earth. None of them better than the other one because they're all cultural containers of ideas, sets of wisdom and knowledge systems for indigenous people. Okay, so Yahweh, right? That's the deity of the Hebrews, and you can identify them by their geography, right? If I say Yahweh, we all on his say, where does Yahweh come from, y'all? Middle East, right?
Edom or Seir or Edom, maybe.
Right, all in that area, right? If I say Ra, if I say Amun Ra, that's where?
Egypt.
That's an indigenous African deity, right?
I like how you said that, indigenous African, yes.
I've always been saying that niggas just
I know that.
Bullshit.
I know
they
that.
Stay on bullshit.
You have. Yo. Yeah, they the ones saying all that.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I want to bring on the HOK champion in the building. The Parsa God. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, sa.neter. Peace to the panel. Peace to the sister. I actually watched the debate when it was going live.
Thank you.
It was great. And I was actually telling sa.neter that DMG has a really good sister over there. So it's good to see you over here. I appreciate a lot of the stuff that you talked about. I absolutely agree. I said absolutely 3 times already. But because it's refreshing to see sisters, Juju does science, but other sisters coming in and being scientific. I was impressed to hear you say that there are things. I haven't ever heard this from anyone else. You actually said there are things that you can't explain, and that's why you like to take the name an ichtheist. So I did very much appreciate that, and I would like for you to come on some more, and maybe we could speak to and explore that. Even now, when you say there are things that you can't use science, because we agree that science has its limits, correct?
Absolutely.
See, that you're the first person that focuses on science that actually admits that. So I can really respect that. So when you say there's things that you can't explain scientific, I don't want you to get spooky scientifically, but can you give us some idea, like a little bit more of what you meant by that? I'm interested in hearing from you on that.
So yeah, just to drop something on people that may surprise and shock them is I have experienced astral projection. Now, some people would say that's not real, I made it up, or whatever the case. But for me, it was a personal experience, and it's not for me to convince anyone else that it happened. But that's why I veer away from the term atheist, because my experiences have led me to believe that there is something beyond what we can physically see. Now, as a scientist, I don't know what that is. I can't tell you what it is. I can't tell you how to get there. I can't, do any of that, but I can tell you my experience. So I think Anka made a good point, is that at some point you have to realize that it's not about bashing people for their belief, because we all are on our own personal journey. So my journey is not going to look like someone else's, but at the end of the day, I'm a firm believer in there are things beyond what we can physically and materially give evidence for. Let's put it like that.
Dark matter.
Hey, real quick, I want to disagree with Unc on that part where he said we shouldn't bash people on their belief. The reason I say I disagree with you, Unc, on that, we need to tear their ass up on their belief. You know why, Unc? Because they try to throw it in our face, and they try to make us want to believe it, and they miseducate our people on it. And so if we don't combat it, we got Keon up here. Keon is who's standing on Jesus and try to bring Jesus to the people. So we gotta fight those that fight against the science, and you know that. Because if
I don't mean that. No, I ain't mean that.
Hold up, because if we don't, then guess what? They gonna win. They need to hear real knowledge, and that's what we're going up against.
Now, if it's defensive, yeah, like if they come at you, then you gotta bash on them, but you ain't gotta go seek them out. You understand? That's all I'm saying. Yeah,
that's what I meant.
Peace to Keon being the only one brave enough to be out here.
Oh, man.
Big ups.
And hey, real quick, Si, and I'm gonna get ready to bounce too. Shout out to Queen Doctah. So I want to say this. I think the thing is, at some point, and this is for Black people in particular, so at some point we just got to respect where everybody coming from. As you know, Si, I'm a Christian. I respect as a Christian. People come on my platform and talk reckless about the spiritual belief that I believe in. It don't faze me, because I've been on the other side of it saying the same things. Now, some of my brothers and sisters be like, man, how could you allow that? And how could you this? And how could you that? But it don't faze me, because one, I've been there, and two, I respect everybody's perspective and everybody's journey. And at the end of the day, I'm Black. And so I say this at the beginning of every show: if you Black, I'm with you, and I hope you with me. It's not if you're a Christian, if you are atheist, if you are Moor, if you are Hebrew, if you whatever, it's if you Black. So that's why I shout out everybody: atheist, Moor, Hebrew, Christian, Kemetic, because I'm about Black people. And whatever perspective they coming from, I believe they deserve to be heard out. Cream gonna rise to the top. So whatever is real, that's what's gonna rise to the top, and we'll sort it out in these conversations, in these debates, and in these presentations. At the end of the day, Black people gotta move forward in power, and we're gonna figure out what it is we should follow, believe in, or not believe in. And we gotta be open to hearing everybody express that without getting in our feelings about it. So,
or just take the belief out of it and just deal with what we know for a fact. That, because we can all agree on what we know. The belief is where we start to argue, because everybody believes something different.
Exactly.
But bro, if we do that as a people, then eventually, ultimately, we gotta have a goal and aim of the whole human genome, the whole family, to come to court. Because I'm gonna tell you why. If you really want to get into that, you're going to go back to Kemet, all through the doors, all the way back to Africa, deep Africa and all that. and then they're gonna have Christianity, Islam, Judaism. So if you want to combine all those things and bring it as black, then we got to say the whole world and stop being one culture, Negro culture. We got an all culture. Go ahead.
Well, and if that's what it comes to, that's what it comes to.
Yeah, it does.
But we gotta.
It already came to it though.
Yes, sir.
We gotta hear each other out first. But
yeah,
you see, Dr. Too Sweet, my little sis, and I got her back against anybody. If it's another Christian and they coming against Dr. Too Sweet, I'm still gonna have her back. So,
and likewise.
That being said, though, because I got a roll, I want to ask everybody subscribe to Paradigm Shift TV 314, home of the fastest rising debate league in these YouTube streets, the Versus series. Shout out to my brothers Craig and everybody in the Paradigm Shift TV 314 family. I appreciate all the support. Shout out to my social media champion, Dr. Too Sweet, my world champion, Pandemus, the Pan-African atheist, and everybody that support the channel. Shout out to, I call her the Glow, but she a pseudo killer. Shout out to my sister Juju. Shout out to the God Killer. Obviously, shout out to the HOK and the Godfather of Consciousness and his queen, sa.neter, and the pod, everybody on the panel. I appreciate everybody's support. So y'all come over and rock with us when y'all ain't rocking with sa.neter. And that being said, I'm going to take my lead. Dr. Too Sweet, salute. sa.neter, make sure you give me that brother Khalil Shabazz info, man, so I can get him over there.
Damn, you're right. I'm going to send that over today. And,
appreciate it, man.
And yes, go ahead, brother.
That's it.
How long you got, Sister Doctor?
I mean, we got time. How much longer you need me?
Okay. No, I just wanted to know. I was going to out. But go ahead, Unc.
It was two things. One, what DMG said and what the sister said.
Go ahead.
I just don't agree at all with they saying.
And what's that?
Because the world already have established a certain body of knowledge and wisdom. So nobody is going to make me send black people back to the damn Stone Age because you just want to believe something. The whole astral projecting shit, the white lady came up with that shit. Madam Bavowski. So whatever you thought you was feeling, hold on. No, sir, I got this.
Pull down on the profanity. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so whatever you thought you was feeling, it wasn't what the white lady came up with. You just attached that to it. Right, whatever it was, whatever your body was going through or something, or your mental state, it wasn't that, Madam Bavowski. Trust me. So,
but that's your opinion, though. That's why I say it's not for me. It's not for me to convince anyone of what I went through because it was my personal.
Let me just finish my point.
Let us
let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Yes,
I'm not actually attacking you. That's just something you believe, right? You believe in it, and I'm saying it wasn't astral project because there is no such thing as that at all. And the white lady came up with that. Her name, she's a Russian, right? Her name is Madam Bavowski. Look her up. She's a straight racist. So I don't want you pushing racist ideas, right? Covered under the cloak of astral projecting. So I laugh every time black people say, I'm like, man, you're going to push white ideology, but yet think you supporting black people. So let me finish my point. There's a certain amount of established wisdom and knowledge, okay, over 350,000 years that have been created by Homo sapiens sapiens first in Africa. So we're not sitting back here saying, well, black people, we all got different ideas, man. The fuck that. Excuse my language. All the different ideas is for the people with all the different ideas. When it comes time to be strong and move something forward, right? You gotta have the things that work. Everybody got an idea. It's like a butthole. Everybody got it. But there's established wisdom and knowledge on how to build a car, right? How to build an electric car, how to get oil out of the ground, how to create, how to do surgery, how to create vaccine science. It's already established. You just ain't up on it. I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying the people that fight against it, you just have not went to school to even understand the conversation. There's a lot of money, right? That's backed by science. Right. So at the end of the day, it costs money to understand the situation. You're not just jumping on YouTube and think you defeating immunologist or vaccine science. You're not going to do it. In your mind, you think you're doing it, but the real intelligent people are thinking you just lost your mind and crazy. And I'm saying that's the space that black people sitting right now. We just talking and chirping.
All right, let Too Sweet respond. Let Too Sweet respond.
Go ahead, Too Sweet.
So, number one, I know who Madame Blavatsky is. She started Theosophy and everything, and that's not where I got the idea astral projection. Now, and I'm not going to talk about my personal experience, but there's a movie called Contact. It came out in like '97 with Jodie Foster and Matthew McConaughey, right? She was a scientist, and he was like a father in Catholic Church. She ended up having an experience with the aliens that she could not prove or explain to anyone. And at the end of the day, it didn't matter that she couldn't because it was for her. It was her journey and her experience. So again, I don't expect anybody to believe me. And I even premised it with that. I don't need anyone to believe what I saw because I had the proof there. Like when I astral projected and the things that I saw, and when I got up and the things that I saw in my astral projection were there, that's how I knew it was right, or that it was really happening. But again, we're all on our own journey. And the only thing I was saying is, like Sa was saying, we don't necessarily have to respect other people's religion. That's cool because I really don't. But at the end of the day, we're all on our own journey. It's just when you try to impose what you believe onto me and the legislation and the politics and all this other stuff, that's where it becomes a problem. So people can believe what they want to believe. I'm not here to change nobody's mind, but let's get to the basics and the things that we can collectively prove that we don't have to philosophize about because it's concrete and it's empirical. And let's start there and leave all the belief and stuff out of it because everybody gonna believe something different. That's all I'm saying.
Sa.neter, Sa.neter and I got.
Now, hold on, brother. I don't want everybody just busting out talking. I want to see if I'm going to respond. I want to see if I'm going to respond first, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead.
I just want to. I'm saying if you play back what you just said, you'll realize you double talked yourself without even meaning it. Right? Yeah, you did, because you don't got to respect nobody's religion. I'm just saying don't disrespect me because of it. I don't respect that. I don't respect.
That's what I said.
Coming to a pandemic with a holy prayer.
Right.
That's crazy as shit. That's not gonna work. It's not. It never had worked. Right? No, you can't access the spiritual realm that's going to keep colonialism.
I agree with you.
It never did.
I agree with you.
Okay, but colonialism, right, is also in the form of New Age material, and so things like astral projecting. This you may not have gotten it from Madame Blavatsky, but I'm simply telling you what the source of it is. And somebody else, it's called the New Age. Study that New Age.
Yeah, right? No, I'm familiar with it. I get what you're saying, but it has nothing to do with my experience, though.
No, but your experience are personal, right? Meaning it's personal, but as soon as you talk about it's no longer personal.
Right.
So whatever you was going through, that's something you gotta fix. Right. But let me tell you, as a person, as a science advocate, you did not go to another realm. It didn't happen. You know why it didn't happen? Because now you're trying to usurp nature. You're a natural person, meaning you can't walk through a wall. Natural people can't walk. You cannot die and come back to life again. It is
That's
the same.
not the same thing.
It is.
Okay.
Listen to me.
It's not.
I'm a science advocate.
Look, don't you dream? You dream, don't you? I am too. I'm a scientist. I'm not just a scientist. I'm not just a science advocate.
No, I'm not saying I'm a scientist. No, I'm not a scientist.
I am.
So you got
I'm a scientist.
Degree in what? What you got your degree?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology, going into neuropsychology.
Okay, so stay right there and don't change. Don't flip flop on me.
I'm not flip flopping. No, I'm not. I'm not flip flopping because I premise everything. I premise everything I said with this is just for me.
No, listen. Just because you have a degree don't mean you can switch to another whole thing. So when you say astral projecting, hold on. When you say astral projecting, you're saying that you're gonna all the knowledge and wisdom gained off of biology now just goes out the door. Did you take your physical? Hold on. You can take your physical body. Listen. Go from here to another place. You're not gonna hold on. You're not gonna learn that in neurology. You matter of fact, you're gonna.
I agree, but don't you dream? Don't you dream? Don't you dream at night? Have you ever had a dream? Yes or no? Have you ever had a dream? Okay, so are you physically going somewhere when you have a dream, or is it your mind?
No, in 2025, human beings clearly understand what a dream is. We're not back in the 1700s. or the biblical times where they have a dream and they put their whole life on the line and they all get wiped out. We had a dream that the army was strong enough and they go out there and the army was nothing like they thought it was. They had better weapons and killed the whole daggone army. No, we don't do that with dreams. We know exactly what dreams are. Now, human beings will take advantage of those who don't know what a real dream is, right? I understand what a realm sleep is, right? I understand what different levels of dreams are. I get that, but it's just a dream.
What are dreams, huh?
It's part of what humans do, yo, when they get a certain amount of rest and sleep, bro. You get into a dream state. What is it? Of your resting. It's your mind. It's your mind, your brain working. Right? It's the operation of the brain. But if you die, you're no longer going to dream. So it's a human thing that humans do. They understand what the dreams are. You can't interpret in dreams. All that's religion. So I never like to mix my science with religion. It's a bad thing to do. Now you may use a different word, but it's still religious. Same thing.
No, because there's no God involved. Religion means that there's a God. There's no God involved.
Or intelligent designer and all that crazy. It's all the same thing. Something you can't see, touch, or smell, or verify and prove.
But you can't see, touch, or smell a dream, though. You have dreams, but you can't see it.
You wouldn't need
Stop with the monkey people. Like,
yeah, no such thing as monkey people. Ain't no such thing. I tell you what, if you take a monkey, you're playing. I tell you what, everybody, hold on. You take a monkey and the dad take a monkey, a picture of a monkey. I want everybody to just look in the mirror. Take a picture of a monkey, right? And take a picture of a giraffe, and which one you gonna look more like?
The monkey.
What?
No, listen. This is not no slight on nobody, but I have seen many people that look just like chimpanzees, man. I've seen them. I'm telling you, I'm quite sure y'all seen that. I've seen in real life people that look like monkeys. I'd be like, oh shit. But
like gorillas too, son. Gorillas too. Come on.
Yeah.
But let me get my question in to you.
Hold on. You telling me when you go to sleep and you get into the dream world, you're not entering into a whole nother dimension?
No, come on, man.
I'm asking you, brother.
Come on, bro. You're dreaming. It's a dream.
Right.
And through time, humans didn't know what the hell it was. They actually thought that when they died in their dream, they was going to die. They had all kind of ways to interpret it. They had people that did that and made a lot of money off of it. At the end of the day, once we put the lenses of science on it, yo, we understand what dreams are, bro. Like,
all right, Rob Kung Fu, come on, man. Come on,
now, this is a question to you dealing with when you just said that we put the scientific lens. Science tells you we don't know everything and we're still studying to learn everything. Some things are not conclusive. So when you say, are you saying that we live in a bubble on planet Earth and nothing from the astral plane affects our DNA or genealogy on physical Earth?
I'm saying that you just weaponize the fact that science doesn't know everything, bro. Just because science don't know everything, we know that when we do figure it out, it's going to be natural. It's going to be outside of nature. We do know that much.
So the astral plane is natural, right? The astral, the stars, that's not natural. What is it? Fake? What is pseudo?
Astral plane. I don't know what you're talking
about. When I mean astral plane, I mean astrological things like stars, planets, Mars. All that's not real.
Yeah, that's real.
So does it affect us DNA on planet Earth?
No, it don't. No,
that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
No, hold on. I don't speak with my opinion.
That's an opinion, brother. You can't prove that.
It's not. I'm saying you got astronomy and astrology.
Yes.
You're talking about astrology.
I'm not. I'm asking astronomy. I'm not. Trust me. I'm not.
You are. Listen,
I'm not. You're not going to tell me.
Let me tell you what astrology is. Astrology is. Listen, man. Astrology is when you sit there and say that the heavenly bodies, the stars, the planets affect us on Earth. That's called astrology. What they did in the Nile Valley at 7000 BCE at Nataplaya was astronomy. Two different things, bro. The Greeks came with astrology. The white boys, when they started the circle, man, listen, bro.
You had Babylon. I see you telling you the Babylonians came with astrology way before the Greek. What are you talking about?
It's still pseudoscience.
See, that's what I'm saying. You say stuff as empirical, and it's not empirical, and you mislead the people.
No, so hold on. Don't say nothing, Saw.
No, let me go. You heard, Saw. Let me go. Let me talk.
Bro, you said something that was crazy.
Because you talking like Hitler now. You dictating.
I'm
You
not,
can't
bro. I
dictate when you're wrong. You were wrong. There's no such thing as the Greek.
All right, hold
I
on.
can't stand this shit, yo.
Let
You
him
gotta moderate this shit. Cause you know what this nigga just did, yo? This
Why
nigga
am I
said
a nigga? Bitch ass nigga. Bitch
that I
ass
said.
nigga.
That's what he said, son. Son, I did not come on this program and say the first people to ever do astronomy was. I didn't say that. I said the Greeks brought astronomy, and I was saying they brought it to Egypt. They brought astrology to Egypt. It was the Greeks. I wasn't even talking about the Babylonians yet.
Then we're gonna let hear him. Go ahead, finish up.
But hold on, Saul. You know, he yelled out and screamed like I was saying that the Greeks was the first with astrology. I never said that. I know about the Babylonians. I wasn't even talking about them though. I was trying to make the point that the Greeks, right? They brought astrology to Egypt. It's called the Dendera. The Dendera is actually the Greek. It's the Greek period. Dendera, right? And that is actually astrology, but it's the Greeks.
You saying that the Greeks brought astrology to Kemet?
Yeah,
they did not.
Right. Oh man, Smash gonna kill you on that, bro.
Smash gonna kill you on that.
Astronomy. Is y'all serious right now? Wow, I should have to go through this, man. Y'all don't know what Naphtali is, yo.
I know what Naphtali is. But that has nothing to do. Wait. So are you serious? Wait. Sa, is he serious when he says?
Put some money on it.
Listen to this, Sa. Is he serious when he says that the sun that comes from out of the astral plane, the sun, does not affect life on planet Earth?
I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
I know you can't. You blind. You only hear you.
Right. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nobody hearing you.
What the hell is the astral plane?
I'm talking about the sun, dummy.
All right, no name calling. Y'all no name calling.
Even. So we even, right?
All right, we even now. Now, let me talk. I'm saying the sun affects plant life on Earth. Without the sun, we wouldn't have to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be
in. Go ahead, yo.
Okay, so all I'm asking, my question is to you was, before we had the common ancestor of the ape, who was our common
from the sun?
No, because we finished with that conversation.
We wasn't finished with that. Don't switch. Stay there.
Okay, let's stay there. Because I'm trying to
get told me that the planets and the stars affect the DNA on Earth.
Does the sun? You said finish. Does the sun affect life on Earth?
Yeah, but you didn't say that at first.
That's what I mean by what I was saying.
You said planets, stars. You said all that, bro. Come on, bro. I listen.
All that. And just focus.
Come on.
Yeah, just focus on outside bodies that affect planet. We're not in a bubble. Was my point. That things from the cosmic. I'm gonna say the cosmic or the outer sphere of Earth, the planets out there. You can help me with the word.
We are in a bubble. We are in a bubble. We're in a sun's bubble.
A sun's bubble. Okay.
Yeah, we're in a sun's bubble.
And all 9 planets are in that sun's bubble, right?
Yes.
Doctah, whenever you want to come in, you could jump right in. It's your show. You know, you let me speak, but you can come in if you want. Nepal, you want to say something?
No, I would like to. I didn't want to interrupt the brothers' conversation, but if they're finished, I wanted to ask the guest some questions about because she has a degree in psychology and she's moving into neuropsychology. Are you aware? And I'd love to have a conversation with you, like actually bring you back and sit down and listen to you. Are you aware of the studies done at the University of Virginia on the perceptual
Sorry,
studies?
not you. Go ahead.
sa.neter, you want to take Neil off so I can see the sister or no?
Oh,
peace, Neil.
Yep.
Are you aware of the studies on reincarnation? I think it's the Division of Perceptual Studies in the University of Virginia. I'd like to hear from you on that and talk to you about that as far as those phenomenal experiences that they're interviewing these children under the age of 5, and they are recounting very much like you said, scientific method, observable data that they're giving very intricate details on past life experiences. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, actually, I actually mentioned that in one of the debates that I have, is that in psychology, we have what's called past life regression, where they put you under hypnosis And I believe this is what happened with the people that you're talking about. They put them under hypnosis, and under hypnosis, they're able to recount lives that they could not have possibly lived. So when it comes down to science trying to empirically prove these things that we once considered spiritual, I think it's akin to in science how they try to unify the quantum field. Like they're trying to figure out how to make these two things coexist without one canceling each other out. But the fact that we even have a study about this and we have proof that past life regression is true, it just lends more credence to the idea that there may be a spiritual plane, but we just have yet to prove that it exists. But maybe some people think the quantum field is technically the spiritual plane, you know? So hopefully one day we'll figure it out.
Well, you know, with you, like I said, you're one of the first person who is truly doing science, and I would love to talk to you because I'm actually in that same mindset that I'm not trying to replace quantum physics or anything in the perceptual studies with, oh, that's just God. I know the two have to coexist, and you're right. Scientists are looking at the quantum physics, and they're saying, well, everything we've been talking about in physics, it's not really matching up. We don't want to really throw, like you said, we don't want to throw physics away, but we have more work to do. So wow, yeah. So what do you think about that? Because you said you're going into the into neuropsychology, right? I'm gonna ask you another question. I'm very, very pleasantly surprised to hear you share these thoughts that you're sharing with us. So what about these studies on the NDEs, the near-death experiences like Sam Parnia, Roger Penrose, Hameroff? They're looking in the brain, right? Can you, what do you know about that? I want to pick your brain on that just real quickly with the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that those are very interesting. Of course, in science, we would consider those anecdotal, right? But I think that what happens is because the brain is so complex that when you're in situations that are considered like crises, that your brain does things that it doesn't normally do. So, and we can see this in people who have suffered post-traumatic stress disorder. They respond to certain things in a certain way because their brain has been rewired. So I think that what happens when people have these near-death experiences, they are in essence experiencing their own mind. Like their experiences are akin to all of the information that they have gathered in their lifetime. And it's almost like in psychology, there's a term called extinction bursts, where it's like when you have a behavior that is being changed, there's an extinction burst where you just that behavior is more prevalent. It becomes more prevalent. And so for me, I think the near-death experiences are just our brain's attempt to make sense of something that doesn't make sense, and it ends up just being a collection of all of our thoughts and experiences all at once. That's why everybody's near-death experiences is so unique, because it's literally them and their mind and their experiences.
All right, let's go to Mike Shane. Mike Shane, what's up, brother?
Thank you.
All right, what's good, family?
Peace.
Yeah, so I was listening, and one of the things that made me jump on was, I think I heard somebody say that science isn't in religion, and I think that's false, because there's a lot of science in religion. It just it's just that people don't, religious people don't understand that. But there's a lot of you can
in religion, brother.
Of course it is. Even when we look at, all right, we can just look at, all right, we can look at the Bible, right? And I'm not a Bible thumper, but you can look at the way certain like somebody was talking about planets, the sun, and etc. Right? They'll put these things in religion, right? But what happens is this is a part of science, but when they start to make scientific things religion, that's or as Neil deGrasse Tyson would say, you have this thing that's called God of the gaps. And I'm gonna answer your question directly, Sa. So watch this. The God of the gaps, right? Hey, you might appreciate this, the God of the gaps.
No,
God of the gaps is when people can't explain something, or when science can't explain something, the first thing we love to say is that must be God, right? You hear a lot of religious people say that has to be God because we can't explain it. That's called the God of the gaps. And you're plugging God in because science have yet to prove these things. And that's what it's called. It's called God of the gaps. You can look that up. But back to the science things. There's so much science in religion. It's just that the religious mind look past the science and then they start inserting people and beliefs in the place of science.
Name
but
one.
It's
I'm still asking you to give us an example, brother.
I said the cosmos itself, nature itself, it's all throughout our religion, but we try to make both parallel.
You're not giving me an example. You're not.
All right. Jesus, right? Jesus. All right, watch this. All right, let's do it like this then. All right, Jesus, right?
Go ahead, bro.
So you got people believing in Jesus, right?
Right.
But then we can also break down how Jesus is a representation of science. How it's a representation of the cosmos when we look at
how though.
For example, give us a concrete.
I just told you the sun itself.
What about the sun? What about
boy, you should have.
Okay, all right. We know the sun is real, right? Watch this.
No,
we know the sun is real, right?
You mean the son of God or the sun in the sky? What you talking about?
The sun in the sky. We know the sun in the sky. I like that you asked it like that. The sun in the sky, we all know is real, right?
Mm-hmm.
For a fact.
Yeah. But in religion, instead of religious folks looking at the sun in the sky and just say, hey, when I look at my religious text, it's talking about the sun in the sky. It's talking about Watch this. Do we not?
Come on, you got a lot of work to clean up.
Maybe I'm breaking it down wrong. What I'm saying is when we look at science, numerology, and all of these things.
You beating yourself up, yo.
Listen, when we look at science, numerology, and all of these things, they're in every religious text that you can think of.
Not true.
But the problem is, instead of looking at it in the natural sense, we like to plug belief in there. That's what I'm saying.
I understand him.
I can't believe we can't see that out of all the conversations we had on this show that we can't see.
You missing
and here's the thing.
Listen, stop. Listen. How would people in Judea at 600 BCE understand the elements? You can't see them with your eyes. How would they understand that?
All right, okay. All right, look at this. When we go to Kemet, right? When we go to Kemet.
All right,
it
took time to get to that point. It took understanding after understanding to get to the point where we even understood the elements. Right? I want you to know that. So you don't just pop up at 600 BCE and say, ha, the elements. That's not how science works. Science is based off of the next experiment, right? The next step. The more you understand, the more you can get. If you don't understand, you can't go. That's it. You're done. You end up pseudo world.
Can I ask you a question?
So it's things they didn't have. They didn't have a Q suite I want to let you know you funny, and I want to let you know I know about the experiment you're talking about. And there's one paper, but I don't want to get you on your own show. I'm gonna let you ride. Go ahead.
Hey, too sweet.
No, listen.
What's that? Go ahead, too sweet.
Oh, you let me go. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So what I wanted to ask, because like I said, I'm a scientist first, right? But as a scientist, how do you explain places like, because the evolutionary timeline tells us that 20,000 years ago, humans were hunter-gatherers. We use sticks and stones as tools, right? How do you explain places like Pumapunku or Sacsayhuaman or Gobekli Tepe that defy the evolutionary timeline that tells us that there's no way humans, or you brought up not to apply it, but if humans were really just hunter-gatherers with minimal information, how are they lining up pyramids with the belt of Orion precisely? Where did they get the math to do this?
Yeah, they didn't do none of that. That's the
Right,
point.
because pyramids weren't hunter-gatherer pyramid. The period of hunter-gatherers wasn't during the pyramid times.
So, sa.neter, my second question to
hold on, wait, real quick. To the too sweet. What you and Unc can maybe chime in with me on this as well. When you were talking about that accessing the memory, right?
She asked me the question, King J. I ain't
hold on. I want you to answer this question, but it's directed to her.
She asked me the question. She asked me the question. You gonna answer the question?
It's quick.
How does that work? How does that work? That's a different order.
It's quick, but I want you to. It's quick. The Akashic record, right? Can you talk about the Akashic record and accessing your Akashic record, and is that pseudo?
That's pseudo, bro. We're not saying ignorant as white people, bro.
Exactly,
that's my point.
But that's what she's talking about.
I know we're gonna let it slide. Someone let it slide.
No, how am I talking about? How am I talking about the Akashic records? I never mentioned that at all.
But you described it. When you're talking about when you're talking about being put to sleep,
isn't the Akashic records. They're actually structures. Like
when she's talking about being put to sleep and accessing previous memories, previous lives, that's what you I got it. So listen. My cousin just went. Listen. My cousin just went and did this last week. She went and got put to sleep. They accessed her records, and she come back telling me that in her last life she was a whole man. She died 3,000 times. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Number one, let me respond. Let me respond. Number one, that's not the Akashic records. Number two, past life regression is an actual scientific thing in psychology. It's not pseudo. It has nothing to do with putting you to sleep. It's when you're put under hypnosis. So, and they can access your subconscious mind. So those are two very different things.
Okay. My second question to you was, before the 8.
Brother, I don't like the way you just cut in and
everybody is talking though, son. Who am I?
No, you cut the girl off. She was just talking, bro.
No, she finished. Ask her.
Yo.
Yeah, I was waiting for Ankh to answer my question.
Yeah, and then you
jumped in.
Oh, I get it. Okay, go ahead, Ankh. My bad, son.
Yeah. That's why I put people on mute. So when I'm ready to call on somebody, I let them come in. You heard her question?
No, because Wishman Common jumped in, King J jumped in.
Yeah, go ahead. Says Doc, ask him again.
Yeah, real quick. So we know the evolutionary timeline tells us that there's humans at one time were
I got you.
Yeah, okay.
I remember the question.
Go.
She said, how did they develop
go ahead.
Jebel Tepe and all that? What they learned was when they found that site, Jebel Tepe, first of all, a lot of pseudos go on to that, like Graham Gobekli Tepe. Am I saying it right? Gobekli Tepe, right? People like John
Gobekli Tepe.
Tepe. Okay, yeah. So yeah, people like Graham Hancock and them, who just got some money, taking information and mixing it up, and black people giving his money and white people giving him money. He got the money to travel to these places. This man is not an archaeologist. He goes there, takes some damn pictures, and come back with his own ideas. Okay, so first of all, what we have learned from the site, from an archaeological perspective, right, is the same phenomenon that occurs at 7,000 BCE at Nabta Playa, where we start to recognize that people don't have to be in organized cities to get this. So what they found out was that hunter-gatherers can travel and be nomadic at times and then settle at times, right? Just so happens that Jabal Tepe and not the Playa is a place where the people will come around for seasonal worship. They all come here to look at the summer solstice, right? Same thing with Jabal Tepe. So hunter-gatherers can do both. They realize that. This is what we learned from understanding that. So people will take advantage of that though, right? So yes, science don't know everything.
But no, because I brought up like Puma Punku and Sakse Waman, also Gobekli Tepe.
That's in America, right?
But
hold on, that's in America, okay?
Which one?
Puma.
Puma Punku. Yeah, it's in Peru. So, but my question is,
what do you think they did in Peru?
So, but my question is to the technology that they had to build some of these monoliths.
No, what's that? What's that Puma Puma?
What's that Puma Punku?
Yeah, what technology is that that you think is out of place?
The Puma Punku in general, like if you've seen the wall, it looks like they molded the blocks to each other. Like you can't fit a piece of paper in between the blocks because it's so how do you get hunter-gatherers building something so technologically advanced?
So let me ask you a question. Have you read the archaeological survey on that yet? You say you're a scientist.
I've read some of it, but no.
Have you read a scientific article on that? Like this is an archaeological survey, right? This right here.
Right.
This is what they call it. This is an archaeological survey right here.
No, right? I know what an archaeological survey is, but
I want to show the people. Look, they survey the different pots and all that stuff there. If you ain't reading, then you got a bunch of wild, crazy, bizarre white people, ignorant people making stuff up. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But listen to what I'm saying, though, brother. Is forget the white people. You
can't forget the white people because they the ones
telling you what it is. But listen, how do you, as a black man, see these megaliths that has technology that we cannot replicate? What is your conclusion as to how these things came about if they didn't have the tools that we feel that they need to build this stuff? Well, I know that, but I'm asking you.
Let me give that answer. Why not the simple answer?
Okay.
And science,
what's the simple answer?
The simplest answer is the best one. We just don't know.
So what's the simple?
Listen,
I know we don't know.
We just don't know how they did it. But just because we don't know how they did it, don't mean it was some spectacular scientific invention. And no, that's what.
Don't you think we would have figured it out by now?
Sell it to you. No.
But you don't think we would have figured it out by now? You don't think so?
They built the pyramids. So what? What that mean? That's not white people will take that and make millions of dollars off.
Well, I don't care about them. I'm talking to my brother right now. I don't care about them.
I'm trying to take they tap into that part that you claim you're studying. They tap
it's not a claim.
Psychology. Listen, it is a claim. They don't got no spectacular technology. I just didn't feel like doing it to you right here. I want you to enjoy the show.
Do it to what? Wait. What are you talking about? Like, is this you trying to humble me right now? Or what? Like, I don't understand.
No, I try to do
let you live.
I let you live.
But how are you letting me live? I don't understand. Like, one, you keep trying to downplay the fact that I say I'm a scientist, but I told you I have a degree that says that. But what are you trying to say?
Now you make me get strict.
Yes, I am a scientist.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are. Why do I have a bachelor of science? Why do I have a bachelor of science?
Scientists and now I'm starting to think that there's a twinge of pseudoisms around. I didn't want to say it, but you brought it up. Now I say it.
But you can't say that. You can't say that.
You made that up. A bachelor's in science. Ali Muhammad keeps saying I got a bachelor's in science.
Hold on. You can't.
Come on, we're not doing that, bro.
No, listen, brother. Come on, man. Calm down. You know this is the toughest environment, man. You can't.
You want to tell me a bachelor in science make you a scientist? You gonna do that?
You can't disrespect her scholarship. She have a degree in this, brother.
No, come on, bro. Look it up. What is wrong with y'all? Look it up. Won't it take us?
My signal went out for a second, but.
Hold on. Hey, King J, can you please look up what a bachelor in science means, bro? Can somebody, before I just lose my mind and get off this thing and then just fall out?
Wait, calm down, because what is your point right now? You're trying to tell me, you're trying to tell me that I'm not a scientist, but literally a scientist is a person who studies science.
I ain't gonna lie about that.
I didn't say So maybe that's why you're attacking it.
I have a bachelor.
Hey, hold on, man. Yo, don't attack the sisters.
I didn't attack. I said she definitely got more education than me. I didn't take that away from her.
So what are we talking about here? What are we talking about?
That you got 1 foot in and 1 foot out.
Let me bring in somebody else real quick so we can calm you down.
Yeah, calm down.
What up, Cedric, man? Talk to me.
Peace to the panel. Peace, everybody. Peace, God Killer. Let me first.
Peace, Professor.
I have a bachelor's degree in applied sciences, bioanalytical chemistry. I work in medical and different types of laboratories. I am not a scientist. I do applied science. Scientists are those people that are doing research in
that's what I do.
They do research. They write papers, and that usually starts at the master's and PhD level. So most of us that have a bachelor's degree in science, in the sciences, know that we do applied sciences, but I don't write papers. I don't have a PhD. I don't do research, so I would not quantify or qualify myself as a scientist. I do apply.
And that's personal.
In this community, I'm a science communicator, but I wouldn't qualify and quantify myself as a scientist. I don't do research. I don't write papers. I don't contribute to the body of knowledge. I apply what the field produces. That's why you would never hear me with my own hypothesis or theory, because I'm not at that level that I can do that type of assertions.
And nobody has asked me if I do research or anything. So in the field of psychology, you have to do research. I have to do a thesis paper for my master's. So you might not call yourself a scientist, but I do, because I do science. I do research. I do experiments. I do studies. So, but we're not here to talk about my credentials. We were here to talk about my debate. So I can hope we get back to the topic.
Hold on. Let me say this right quick. And yes, Cedric, this sister is a scientist, brother. Like you said, whether you want to call yourself that or not.
I bet you $100 right now, sa.neter.
As many times I heard Unc say, "Yo, I'm a scientist, man." Many times I heard
never heard me say that, man. Why you lying, yo?
Before it gets
tell the truth and shame the devil.
Scientist, yo. Yeah, you
tell the truth.
That's why I don't come around like that, yo. Because you lie on me, dog. I was a scientist, yo.
I'm gonna go get a video and
go get that. Go get that, bro. Because I was dead ass wrong. I ain't never been. You know what it take to be a scientist? Now she's on her way towards becoming a scientist.
There you go.
I am a scientist.
No, man,
I am a scientist. Y'all don't get to tell me what I do.
I'm not gonna do it, King J. I want to mess up a show.
Can I finish my 2 questions?
Before you do, I just want to
I appreciate you. I appreciate you too, sweet though. I appreciate you though. I ain't gonna lie.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Because what we're going to do is something scientific. I want to ask you some questions, Dr. T.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get some estrogen going, because the testosterone here.
Right. We need to balance. I'm just going to ask you. You do your own research, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You observe the results of your experiments that you do. I'm sure you've done experiments, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do you form your own ideas we're asking if she's a scientist, right? You do your own gathering of research. Nobody makes you do that. I mean, of course you've done your work studies, but I mean, as a person who claims to be a scientist, do you gather your own information and evidence when you're doing your research?
Yes, we have to do independent study and research and conclusions independently.
Great. And so when you come to those conclusions, you do a lot of group work. You don't just do individual stuff.
Right.
So aren't those, I'm asking, I like to call Cedric the professor. That's a term of endearment though. People, that's definitely not just, I want to ask the professor and any, the brothers who are saying you're not scientists, aren't those characteristics of someone who's practicing being a scientist? Gathering information,
whatever, man.
Forming
playing
a hypothesis, looking into information, trying it out, testing it, and coming to conclusions. I mean, obviously, she's a scientist. She's been one of the best scientists that I've seen on this platform. Because
thank you.
You know what makes her very intelligent as a scientist? She doesn't don't get triggered, anybody. You know, we talk about people who believe in God and do religion, but some people are so fanatical about science that it's become their religion and their God. What I appreciate about her is that she does seem to disconnect herself from both sides and really just stand in the middle of the road and say, okay, I just want the truth. I just want the evidence, and I don't want to be swayed by my, my feelings or
biases.
Any biases that I have. So I just want to throw that out to maybe calm the waters. And then that's all. I just want to throw that. Oh, by the way, before I close up, Cedric, I will be doing some information, a response to your Carl Jung information. That was a really great presentation. But you were off about a lot with Carl Jung. So that's all. Thank you so much for saying that, sis. She's definitely a scientist.
With that being said, can we go back to talking y'all being monkey people? Or
no, wait, hold up. Let me ask Unc a question. Let me finish my question.
Oh man.
Now, Unc, why is it all man? I don't all man, y'all. Don't all man me, homie.
Hey,
Sa. I mean, not Sa.
Hey, Rob Kufu.
Rob, what's up?
Rob Kufu.
Hold up, Rob. I mean, hold up.
I know you're about to ask a question.
This is my okay.
Listen, I just want to lay this down for the listening audience. I'm not actually messing up this show.
Not at all.
I'm the good guy.
Okay.
I'm simply saying, if you out with a group of educated people and you have a bachelor's in science and you say you're scientist, they're going to laugh you out of the room. I'm simply trying to get you from being laughed out of the room. Now, with a bachelor,
I've never been laughed out of a room at the university, though.
Let me finish this. So what I'm saying is, when you have a bachelor's of science, right? What you're doing is you're on your way. You have scientific literacy. You have all these things. Now, once you get your master's and your doctorate, right? Then. So we don't, sister, you on your way. We don't need to play with you. See, they're gonna play with you. I'm saying you're on your way far more than I am. See, so I'm not bashing credentials. I'm simply saying, when you're in that university, don't say that. They're gonna say,
but I say it at the university and they don't laugh me out of the room because I'm there doing research.
Because you're there with them, and that's how you going. Yeah, you helping them with the research.
Look how y'all trying to diminish what I do. So when I go into a university, listen, when I go into a university campus and I'm sitting, it's okay, you don't have to. When I go into a university campus and I'm sitting with professors with a PhD and they're entertaining what I'm proposing, that lets me know that I'm a scientist. So when y'all are on a panel, telling me, wait, let me finish. When y'all are on a panel and y'all are admitting that you don't even have the bare minimum credentials that I do, but you're trying to tell me what I'm not. Do you not see what you're doing?
And he said
So I love my brothers and I appreciate y'all. And I know y'all think that my piece of paper that I'm going to continue to get makes me think that I'm better than you, but it does not. It just tells you I'm trying to, and I've been humble and I've been nice.
Very humble.
But
you throwing rocks and shade and all that right now. Yo,
who? How am I throwing rocks and shade?
You can't be a scientist and then astral project at the same time.
Yeah, you ain't them two.
Yes, you can. Listen, yes, you can actually, because there's a lot of religious scientists. Just because I'm a scientist does not mean that I'm immune.
Excuse me, Doctor, please stop.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah. Can y'all? Because now y'all going back and forth.
His sister, like she's a scientist.
No, she's not.
No. She's a scientist, And
on the House of K, on the House of Conscience, she is.
I think it's because
sa.neter. Why not look it up, sa.neter? sa.neter, why not look it up though, yo?
And a lot of people want to attack the sister. She's a woman. I've heard many.
So now we're gonna do that now.
Hold on, brother. Why? Come on, don't get emotional on me, brother. I've heard many brothers claim to be scientists, and I have yet to see anybody challenge them on that.
But me.
That. In fact,
me.
Thank you, sa.neter. Thank you.
But this sister,
I'm talking, y'all. In fact, there's a whole nation. They call the nation of gods and earths, and they call themselves scientists. No one debates scientific facts and evidence. So there's a whole nation out there that builds in every barrel. You will find a nation of gods and nerves, and they will tell you in a minute, I'm a scientist. Nobody challenged them on that, and no, I'm right. That's why he laughing. But see, when they get up here and say I'm a scientist, now y'all want to bring her down instead of bringing her up. And I'm surprised at you, brother Cedric.
Now, sa.neter, you right about that. Because you know how we all bring up Brother Reggie and we call him Dr. Reggie.
Me,
right, Sa? Can you hear me, Sa? Hold up. Sa.neter, can you hear me, Sa? So hold up, bro. Sa, you know how we always say about Dr. Reggie, we call him Dr. Reggie because we building him up. We know he's not a doctor, but we call him Dr. Reggie. Let's get a sister on the counterpart.
The same thing for her. She's actually a scientist. She's actually a scientist. We're not building her up.
You don't need a PhD to be a scientist. You don't need.
What's wrong with y'all right now?
I even posted the definition. I even posted the definition of scientist in the chat. Like you could go look at the definition of scientist right now, but why are we still talking about my credentials, man?
Exactly.
Like, let's move on.
Can I ask my question?
Doesn't want to talk about how he's a monkey person.
Too sweet. I can tell you.
You was about to answer my question, and you went into a whole.
To the sister. Hold on.
You went into a whole rant.
Hold on for a minute.
Guys, you taking hours to talk.
We got hours. Me and you. We want to talk to the sister. Let me talk to the sister, bro. Hey, sis. I heard you.
Hold on. If it's about her credentials, I don't want you to talk to her no more.
Let me just get out my damn point, yo.
Yeah, go ahead,
hey, sis, I heard the way you said what you said. I like the way you said all that. And I'm a tap out. I ain't mad at you. Just know my name, brother yo, and I'm a science advocate all the way. I love you to death, though, sis. You definitely
love you too.
Since I heard. I'm not gonna take that away from you, but let me offer up some advice. You got one foot in and one foot out. Take your time.
I don't.
There you go.
But it's okay. That's your opinion.
That's not my opinion. I heard some things you said.
It is an opinion because but did you hear where I said I'm a scientist first? Did you hear that part? Exactly.
Let's move along. Like the brother Reggie, when we call brother Reggie a doctor, we don't really think the nigga a doctor.
Nah,
that's how they doing you right now. They playing with.
Is Dr. Dre really a doctor? Is Dr. Dre really a doctor?
No, he's not. No, he's Dr. Dre.
Let's be careful. Let's be careful. We're not gonna do the Reggie bashing tonight. We're not gonna do that.
Not Dr. Ray. That's my man. But y'all call him Dr. Reggie.
All right.
You didn't call him Dr. Reggie before.
Cause I be playing.
Reggie
ain't never said he was. Man. They try to call me professor. I'm like, y'all need to stop that. We all get these titles, but I was feeling like the sister was very qualified in the way she was talking. So I know she don't want something that she ain't got yet. I already know that. Because you sound very, very intelligent. So you're not the regular person. So I don't think you need to go the route of the regular people. I'm a regular guy. They say, oh, Professor Unk and all that. I'm like, stop it. But not you. You actually put in that work. And I'm saying it's steps. So yeah, I appreciate you, sis. Seriously, don't let this environment have you thinking some don't do it. Just keep working.
No, I'm built for this. They call this the tough environment to be in, but I'm chilling. We having a good time. What's next? What we talking about?
What's next is the way watch beat up Raw real quick.
Number one.
No, you ain't finna beat me up.
She came over here already confident. She knows who she is. She dropped the information, and now I'm sitting here agreeing that she is a goddamn scientist. And I'm not going to.
Why don't you just looking up though, son?
I'm not going to try to discourage my sister from thinking she's anything less than that, brother. If anything, I'm going to push her and make her go forward. She is a scientist, brother. I mean, just like all of your people over there, they think they scientists, brother.
No, they don't. You're lying.
Okay. The nations of God and earth don't believe that. Okay, but I appreciate you, Sa. I appreciate you. I got love for you, brother. I'm a scientist, so I understand what you're saying, and it's all respect for everybody.
Yeah, y'all saying I'm not scientists over there. We scientists over here.
What am I saying too sweet? Tell me what I'm saying too sweet. I'm listening. What am I saying?
Man. I got one of the baddest science. Look, right here.
Where?
She's the goddamn champion over here.
She's a scientist. Absolutely.
Uncle calls me pseudo, sis.
Yeah, call her pseudo though.
Why? Why they call you pseudo?
List. I'm on the pseudo list.
See on the pseudo list. I can't help it.
But why? I need to know why. What is it? The thing that got you on the list?
The stuff you're talking about. That's a trigger for them.
Because she's smart too.
I'm gonna show you.
I know, it's cool. I don't mind them calling me pseudo though.
Nepal, listen. Ask Uncle a scientific question. Let's see if he can answer it. Go ahead.
What that mean? I know everything is science. That's crazy.
Before I ask Uncle a question, I want to let the sister know. Uncle is the litmus of, if you want to use a scientific analogy, he's the one who comes in and says, let me test this and see if this is pseudo or not. And then you have Frederick, who I call him the professor. He's also on the team of the pseudo. You're not familiar with the pseudo killers?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, okay. So you are familiar. Yeah, because you know Juju. So they all, if you say anything that seems even leaning toward,
it's leaning like this.
Leaning toward the metaphysical. But really, I listened to this sister, not just here, over on DMG. She's very scientific. She's very conventional science. What I love about her is she stands in the realm of people like Michio Kaku, who he says, why do we limit ourselves?
Nepal, ask him a question, a scientific question, Nepal. Come on. Dig in the bag. Dig in your bag.
Unc is gonna just no. I'm not gonna ask Unc a question. Okay, let me ask Unc this question. Let me ask you this question, Unc.
What?
I mentioned Michio Kaku, and I heard your interview is excellent. What do you say when you hear a mastermind like that particular quantum theorist say, "We think we have everything figured out"? I'm gonna start going into UAPs and other worlds, other lives. Not even UAPs. Forget UAPs. There's a new study. This is my question. There's a new study, and it's called astrobiology. Now, I want you to talk to me, and I want to bring, of course, the doctor to Sweden. How can we have a study called astrobiology when we have yet to really confirm with science that there's biology out in the cosmos? How can we do that?
Well, I think. Go ahead. Sorry. Were you asking me, sis?
For both of you, yeah. sa.neter wanted me to throw us up.
Let Uncle go first.
And then I would like to hear from you, Dr.
Okay, so first of all, based off of understanding the element chart and the different color signatures that elements give off, you can actually look into another star system and you can see based off the color signatures what type of elements actually reside there. Based off the fact that there are billions of suns, right? And water is all over the cosmos. So for people to say there ain't no life nowhere else, that's really pseudo. No one actually says that in science. The fact that life is plausible and possible all over the galaxy, the Milky Way and other galaxies, is more possible or plausible than saying it's actually not. So that's not pseudo to say that the chances of life being in other places is there. The problem is being able to get there. That's the amount of distance. That's the real issue. Because by the time an intelligent being or whatever would come here, we might already been extinct already, or vice versa. By the time we get there, it might be 1 billion years later. You see that? So that's the problem. It's the vast distance in space, but we can tell that the elements all over the place. Black holes, the way you know a black hole is it's surrounded by water. See, water is everywhere. You even have water on the sun, right? So my point is that life, water, suns, man, that's life right there, right? That gives rise to life. So the possibilities of it being life, there are planets in the Goldilocks zone. Okay, this is the habitable planets, the possibilities. It's all there. So yes, I'm never not saying that astrology. I mean, my astronomy is not a thing that's not there. I'm not saying that. I wouldn't say that.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Sweet, would you like to come in on the tail of that and add in? I want to hear from you on that. What do you think about astrobiology? Hearing what he said and what they're discovering or not.
Yes. So again, to add to what he's saying, astrobiology is just the study of life in the universe. So whether on the earth or outside of it, I think that there are some fringe theories out there, like they found sea plankton on the outside of the ISS, and they can't really figure out how it got there yet. But I'm pretty sure that eventually they'll figure it out and we'll have more information. But it's basically just the study of all life in the universe when you say astrobiology. And I think that people think it means just outside of Earth, but we're included in that. Yeah.
Star system, galaxies, all that. Yep.
Finally, I can ask you my question now.
You sure?
Yeah, I hope before I get chopped. But here's the question: before the connection between the apes and man, or apes being men, what was our ancestor before we evolved to man or ape?
Well, you know how I like to do. I never let a pseudo change the conversation on me. I would like to get to that point.
Okay.
What I will tell you is, based off of established knowledge and wisdom, okay, the Babylonians or the Mesopotamians, right? They do have a older, quote unquote, astrology, right? But it was the Greeks, like I said, that brought astrology into Egypt. The Egyptians practiced astronomy.
Okay, fine.
Right? Listen what I'm saying. Two separate things. One, make the claim that the heavenly bodies affect human beings like Mars and retrograde and all that nonsense. And one is actually tracking the celestial bodies, which NASA does. One gave rise to NASA, not the planet gave rise to NASA. So I was writing what I was saying. You twisted it. You did all that. You was having fun. I never said that the Greeks predated the damn Babylonians. Babylonia or Mesopotamia is older than the Greeks. I never said that. What I said was it was the Greeks at the Temple of Dendera. They refurbished the temple and they brought in right there what you would call astrology, bro. I'm on my A game, yo. So now ask your question.
That was
everybody in the chat was cheering you on with that nonsense. Now go ahead. Let's go.
No, hold up. It was not called Dendara. That's Het Haru. First of all, it's not Dendara. It's Het Haru.
Man, that's what they call it in English, Dendera. Come on, man.
No, that's what they call it in Greece. Come on, you can't be. Yeah,
it's doing the Ptolemy period, though. But it's doing the Ptolemy period,
So I give you all that. My only question to you.
You didn't give it to me. I earned it.
Say you. Well, I'm saying you earned it. Now,
so was I right or was I just crazy like you said I was?
No, I didn't say you was crazy, and I wasn't.
Was I right? Because you said I think I know something. You did all that. So was I right,
you did not agree. You disagree right now. What you told them about how there's life in the cosmos. I mean, in astro.
Switching out, man.
Biology.
We can't move past
the whole premise of the. It wasn't about astrology, astronomy, and none of that.
All right,
you brought that up.
Man, come on, I got to.
Yeah, let me ask my question.
Let's move forward.
So my only question, you heard the question, right, Uncle? I'll re-answer.
No, I didn't hear the question.
Okay, so the question was to you before we became apes, because life evolved, amoeba all the way up. What was the first stage before the ape or the man became, not the first stage of life, but what was that next stage before we even fused into ape or man?
Fused it. That's an ill-formed question.
Or evolved. I'm sorry.
Wait, what?
So before man, because you said that apes and man
are humans. Before humans, there's Australopithecines.
No, I'm not asking about the actual.
You said
I said before the ape itself.
Simians.
Yeah, simians. You got simians.
No, but simians are apes.
He's saying the last common ancestor.
Yes, to the ape. When the ape became an ape, what did it come from?
Well, if you gotta go back to 40 million years where you find monkeys.
Okay, then the monkey's there. What came before the monkey?
And then you would end up in some type of mammal, some type of small mammal. And then if you keep going, if you go to about 300, hold on, if you go to about 350 million years, then you're dealing with the fish. The fish that does push-ups.
Okay,
it's called Tetralech. That's the indigenous name, Tetralech. They found it in a cliffside, right? And so yes, that's why people always talk about the daggone monkeys, but they never talk about the fish.
Yes,
it comes from.
It's something before it's something.
All right. Let me bring in Cedric, man. Cedric can't speak yet.
Big up to Cedric.
Peace,
Peace, man.
The foundation of all these discussions relies on two fundamental concepts: metaphysics versus empiricism. Both are philosophical concepts. However, empiricism provides us with actual there is epistemic and ontology in play, right? So when we're having a scientific discussion, since Hume in the 1700s, empirical evidence became paramount in understanding the natural world. Thereout came methodological naturalism, not philosophical or ontological naturalism, the claim that there is nothing outside of space-time, simply methodological naturalism. So to answer any claim, there must be empirical evidence. Otherwise, it is a metaphysical claim. And a metaphysical claim is just that, one without empirical evidence, assertions. And we cannot make any actual claim about reality based on metaphysical assertions. So a lot of what I heard here tonight was half science and half metaphysics, and you can't combine the two.
Well, do you say that you have to get rid of? So you think there's no place for metaphysics at all? I'm asking you.
Metaphysics has its place. The exercise in reasoning and exercising your intuition, that takes you but so far, right? When hypotheses are made, you can actually claim that they are metaphysical in a sense. That is the initial step. However, the subsequent phase in all philosophy is relying on empiricism. There comes methodological naturalism, which would quantify and substantiate whether that metaphysical position has any validity in reality, right?
So let me go ahead. I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't finish your thought.
I was going to say I had a quick question.
Go ahead.
Can I go? Oh, so because and P said, I know we've had a short discussion about this before, but if we're talking metaphysics as in outside of the physical world, why then is it not okay to say that the quantum field is metaphysical?
I was going to ask that very same question. Wow.
Quantum means very small.
Quantum. Yeah, but we're talking about quantum theory and the different discoveries.
Quanta is physics. Quanta just means very small. Physics.
No, that's not what it means, though. Wait, let me jump in, Cedric. I love you, but I know what you're doing. That's not what it just means. We're talking about the field of quantum physics and quantum theory. We're talking about all the phenomena. What we can say.
Hold on, Nepal. I'm sorry. I got to do this. I'm going to let you go. See, y'all brothers up here. This is why y'all don't want these sisters, man. We got.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to speak.
We got two scientific sisters up here, and they will give anybody that smoke. Go ahead, Nepal. I had to say that, man.
I need to finish my point.
But you can finish. No, Cedric, it's all about what you're saying right now. We're focusing on you, so don't worry about that. But I do want to. What I just did right there is her question was excellent, but I know you because you're very good. You went into quanta just means small, as if she doesn't already know that. We're talking about the field and the study and the actual research and the unanswerable questions, the phenomenon. Or I should say the phenomena of, you want me to go into it? I don't have to. All the different things that we're seeing, the studies on, photons, why are they waves and particles? These things have not been, the jury isn't in. I'm talking for the whole audience, not just the scientific people. We don't have the whole answer to different things that we see on that very small, like you said, quanta just means small. On that very small level, we don't know everything. In fact, we're really clued out. So I want you to go back in, but we're gonna try this again. When she asks you the question, Cedric, please don't diminish her question to, let me explain quanta means small. That's borderline insulting. She's asking you a very valid question. So with that said, I'd like for her to repeat the question, and we don't need you to tell us about what quantum means. We're talking about the study, the research of quantum physics and the study and research of these very, very phenomenal situations or whatever experiments that we're doing and finding out things by location, all different things that I can go on and on about. I like to go. So I'm going to have her ask the question one more time if she can remember. And then I want you to come and answer it the right way. Please. Go ahead.
So, and real quick to premise my question is because the etymology of the word metaphysical means the things after the physics, which means it's beyond our understanding of physics. So what I asked was, couldn't someone hypothetically consider the quantum field metaphysical since it is beyond, because the only way we know about certain quantum mechanics is not because we have direct evidence, but because we see the effects of things. So why would it not be also considered metaphysics if it's outside of physics? Serious question.
It's not outside of physics. That's the point I was making. It is physics. It is within the 4 fundamental forces, but it is absolutely very small, right? So it's quanta. It's not on the atomic level, and we discovered that on the subatomic level, particles behave differently, right? That's so it's not outside of the realm of the known physics. So the etymology of the term is not how the term is used in modern science. In modern science, we do not refer to metaphysics, we refer to quantum physics. Metaphysics or metaphysical is a term that is solely used in the realm of philosophy, and it is about claims predominantly about outside of time space or about unsubstantiated things such as the soul and spirit, etc. And the evolution of these claims is naturally, we see that they are purely on intuitive basis. It is with the advent of philosophers like Kant and later on Hume that determined that empiricism, evidence, must be the source to substantiate all these claims. They pretty much threw out metaphysics as a substantiation. And even Hawkins decided metaphysics without empirical support today is rendered useless because of our advancements in science and understanding and interpreting the quantum world. As for our not understanding of how certain aspects of the quantum world work, I would need to know which aspects we do not have an understanding of. Particle wave functions, we understand that. We even have understanding of the books, the Higgs boson field, the underlying gravitational field, which gives the subatomic world its gravitational forces. I mean, we understand.
No, we don't. We don't fully understand. I got to jump in. I'm just going to jump in here for a second.
No, don't cut me off. No,
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry I cut you off, but you're absolutely lying right now.
That's you. We understand quantum entanglement. We understand the Schrodinger's equation. We understand the pseudoscientific misuse of what is called the observer effect. Observer has nothing to do with a conscious state of mind. It has to do with the instruments. And once you measure a particle, its wave function collapses. Why? That randomness disappears. The possibility disappears with actual measurements. If you would understand Schrodinger's cat, or you would understand how that the wave function collapses, you would not have these spooked out or superstitious ideas with regard to these quantum concepts. So
okay, I'm not disputing that we've studied it and we have evidence of these different, I'm going to say these different phenomena, plural. There, you make it like you should have a Nobel Peace Prize then. You should have a not Peace Prize. You should have a prize, some type of a Nobel prize in science or whatever you call it. The Pulitzer Prize. Thank you, the Pulitzer Prize. You should have one of those. You should have a Pulitzer Prize because you know why you should have a Pulitzer Prize? You just said we figured out, we've answered everything about quantum entanglement. We've answered everything about why a photon can exist as a wave in a particle. But meanwhile, we have, you guys are so into credentials, right? We have PhDs, we have quantum physicists, we have quantum theorists out there still scratching their heads trying to figure out all this information. And you just told the audience, oh, we figured out everything. We know all about it. No, we don't. We don't know everything about it. And that's why you're talking about the Higgs boson. That's why they still are doing research with the Hadron Collider. There's a lot of things they don't know. They've discovered these things. Oh, okay, here's the God particle, aka Higgs boson. But they don't know why. They have not answered these questions. We have to redo so much, like what the sister said earlier, and I know this is her show. When I say redo, that's my take. But physics and quantum physics are not matching up. There's some real stark differences too, and we don't want to scrap all the great information and all the science that we've done for a century. Well, I'm going to say decades. For decades in physics, we don't want to just say, okay, we got to start over. People aren't relying on Einstein anymore. I hate to break the news to you. They're not. You know that there's information out there that we don't. Time isn't. We're studying entropy. Time isn't even what we thought it was. And you're saying we know all about gravity. Okay, I'm going to put this to you, and I want you to not dance around with all your jargon that about only 3%, maybe 30% of the audience knows. Cedric, explain to us what a graviton is, okay? And I want you to really explain it to us and tell us if we figured out everything about it, we know exactly what it is.
Come on, Nepal, don't get too heavy on them, Queen.
Go ahead.
This is why they scared of you now. Don't get too heavy on them.
Well, this is a sister show, to be honest.
I know.
I didn't want to do that.
This is why they scared of the women, man. And they don't want women to be scientists. But yo, go ahead, Cedric.
Good job, Nepal. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't want to be scientists that way, yo. We want them to actually go to school and finish it. That's what we want.
And who's not going to school and finishing?
sa.neter,
I want to hear the answer to her question.
Just let me know when I can speak.
Yeah.
First of all,
after you answer,
we went on Cedric.
Yeah, first of all, I never claimed.
No, I asked you to answer me. What about a graviton? Let's start there. Explain the existence of gravitons.
Stop. Slow down.
You said no. You came in and said we figured out gravity.
Hypothetical.
Let him go. Come on.
I am, but he's coming in. Okay, but you got to do this. You said we figured out what gravity is. We know about quantum entanglement. We looked at Schrodinger's cat. You don't understand the collapsing of the wave. No, I want you to just start with just basic gravity. Which I'm not some pseudo that says gravity doesn't exist. I am a pseudo, but not with that. Gravity exists, definitely. Okay. But can you tell us everything? Can you explain to us about what a graviton actually is?
It's actually hypothetical, though.
Yeah. First of all,
it is hypothetical, isn't it?
But okay, let's go back.
Meaning that with the science, there's no.
Let him talk. He want to explain it.
Go ahead.
So let's start at the beginning. I never claimed that science knows everything, because science doesn't make that claim. We don't speak in absolutes. However, when we miscommunicate information about Schrodinger's cat, randomness, when we misunderstand what the observer effect is, and we continue to communicate these things, these things we actually know. Now, when you go into a particle or theoretical physics, which proposes particles like graviton, which the Hadron Collider will then seek to quantify or prove exist, is theoretical in that sense. It is what they're assuming is a subatomic particle directly related to what comes out of the Higgs boson field, because the Higgs boson is a field. It is not actually a particle. So they're looking for the particle that would come out of that gravitational field, or that actual field, which is the Higgs boson field, right? Which gives all subatomic particles, they're underpinning gravity. Now they're looking for the subatomic particle that might come out of that fluctuation in that particular field. However, that again is theoretical. So I hope that answers your question.
All right, let me go on over to Brother La real quick. He's been in the queue waiting for a minute.
I just want to show the audience, because this is a learning group, and it's all love. With I get a little passionate. Cedric knows me, but I do want to I know this is just a random article. I want you to know, people who aren't interested in science, I know y'all are like, whatever, but those who maybe are interested and you're not a scientist, here is what's going on with the science world. When we talk about gravity, that's why we have so many flat earthers and people saying all these things that I definitely don't subscribe to. They're finding holes, and they're saying they're holding on to gravity and saying, wow, then explain gravity. And the reason they're doing that is because gravitons, okay, are, there's a discussion on, do they exist? What are they? It says, what are gravitons and do they really exist? Most theorists believe in the existence of gravitons, like you heard my brother Cedric, and even I think Ankh added in and said something, but finding them, remember, we're doing science, y'all. Remember, we can't just think they're there, like the dear Doc Sweet. She's a scientist. She's really about science.
Paul, I want you to let Brother La go after you.
I will. Thank you, Brother La, for letting me show you this. This is my point. When it comes to religion, we're mocked for, which I don't really do religion. Well, yeah, I do, but whatever. When it comes to God, we're told, oh, you have to show us it exists. But do you see in science that gravitons, we don't even know for sure what they are and if they exist? So here it is. It says it's difficult to prove their existence. Gravitons are at the heart of arguably the biggest challenge in theoretical physics. The search for the theory of everything, a set of equations describing all the forces and particles in the universe. For decades, theorists have struggled to unify Einstein's theory of gravity, known as the general relativity, with quantum theory. That's what Doc Sweet was saying earlier. That's what I've been saying. But so that is why I'm really excited to have someone like her come in. She's honest. She aligns with a lot of the science stuff that, the pseudo killers say, but she comes in and she takes it to another level. And I appreciate not being the only person who is, she reminds me of some of the stuff. She's definitely advanced and I'd love to pick her brain, but she comes in and she says, no, it's only science. But then she comes in honestly and said, we haven't figured everything out. She came in, and even this particular article saying right here, with quantum theory, which subscribes the subatomic world, okay, that's because each theory takes a radical different view of the force of gravity. So for decades, theorists have struggled to unify Einstein's theory with quantum theory. I really wanted to point that out. I know I kind of get exacerbated and excited, and then I'm not as articulate as I should be. But my point that I'm making is, we can't have the pseudo killers, which it's all love. I love messing with the pseudo killers. They're very important, but we can't have them come in and say, oh, we figured everything out in science. And Cedric said he didn't say that, but he was trying to imply that. There's so much to be seen. So when the sister said, can we not qualify metaphysics as quantum physics? And that was a coconut that dropped on my head. No slight to the pseudo Killigan's Island. I never even thought it like that. She put a battery in my back, because essentially, metaphysics was the old way. Before we had this amazing conventional science that we're going into and physics, metaphysics was the way we could say, okay, this is how it is. This is how we explain God. Now we're seeing quantum physics looking very similar to metaphysics. But the beautiful thing about quantum physics is that it is real science. I said it. It is conventional science, but it's conventional science that we're like little tiny tadpoles. We're not even, we're not even swimming right yet. And so I just want to point that out. Don't let anybody come in and tell you that, oh, you don't know what they're talking about. We figured everything out with science. They're absolutely wrong. And then I want to ask, I'm going to park my car and I want Doc Too Sweet to also talk about falsifiability when we're looking at the scientific method. Science isn't flawless and science isn't infallible. It really isn't. What science is something that always changes. It's always changing, and we're just picking up the little stones as we go, put them in our bag for the big fight. You get what I'm saying? So thank you for letting me say all that. I really appreciate it.
All right, Brother Lai, you in the building. You go.
Oh, sorry.
Peace and blessings to everybody on the panel.
Peace,
Hello.
brother.
Peace, Brother La.
Brother La, peace.
Peace, Brother La. Peace.
Brother Lai, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think it's somewhat getting convoluted in a sense with everybody in the chat talking about the sister and then trying to characterize it as a woman thing, a man thing. I mean, if I was last spoken, or not even, if speaking to any scientist or learning in school in science, if I'm not mistaken, I think science consists of 5 key components, correct?
Sorry, the science says what?
Doesn't science consist of 5 key components?
You mean the scientific method? Is that what you're talking about?
Becoming a registered scientist, it consists of 5 key components: applying knowledge, exercising personal responsibility, demonstrating, things of that nature, correct?
Okay.
Theoretically, as well as practical methods, correct?
Okay.
With that being the case, if you are a scientist, beyond just having a bachelor's degree in a relevant field, whatever it is, you would have a master's degree and a PhD, correct?
No.
Yeah, you gotta allow. You just called checkmate.
No, he didn't. I answered the question because the first thing we need to have an understand. I'm not wrong because first of all, again, we're back to my credentials, but the definition of a scientist.
This is why I was just, not to break your train of thought, sister. This is why I was explaining, not just for you. I'm explaining in regards for anyone, whether it be man or woman, speaking in regard to science. These are the key components that's desired and needed to be a registered scientist.
So when you say registered, that's adding an adjective to something that is a basic foundation.
The RSCI.
So again, if you look at the definition of a scientist, like you said, it's somebody who uses science, applies it, researches, you know what I'm saying, does all of these things. So why are y'all, why then is anybody trying to take away from that by saying, well, no, you don't get to say that you're a scientist, even though you're fulfilling the requirements to be a scientist. We need you to have X, Y, Z. Like the reality of it is, I'm not about to let nobody tell me what I am or what I'm not. If you disagree, that's on you. That's a personal problem. But when I go to work at the university and I'm testing your children to figure out why they have mental health issues, I am in fact a scientist. So I just don't understand the discussion.
And the thing about that is that when she go into them white man fields, the white man respect her and uplift her.
Let me tell y'all something.
Hold on.
Y'all gotta go check out the video.
The white man
I know a lot of
respect her,
family. Let me tell y'all
uplift her.
something. Let me tell y'all something, family, real quick.
The white man uplift her, respect her, and let her know and try to, give her more and more information. But goddamn, my brothers is over here. And these supposed to be the conscious brothers. And they over here trying to take away from the system.
I'm not attacking the system in any capacity.
Yeah, you the problem, son. I just figured it out. You the problem that's coming.
You're the problem, Unc. You're the problem, Unc. You're the problem. No, you're the problem, brother. Because y'all always trying to tear down our people, brother.
That's what you go to?
No, you just said I was the problem. So yeah, I got to go to that now. Now I got to defend myself. I'm only defending myself.
I just said
Hold on.
Oh my
Hold on.
goodness, man.
Tell people that don't got a degree.
Hold on, brother. If I was the problem, how come I got every fucking body on the internet doing debate leagues?
No, I'm talking about in this conversation.
How come everybody following my goddamn lead, doing everything I fucking do? Because I'm the trendsetter. I set the trend to this. And everybody following my goddamn trend and my lead because they don't have no creativity of their own. So I'm the problem, brother? Come on, man. Cut it out.
And somebody asked a good question. Would George Washington Carver be considered a scientist?
He is a damn scientist. Y'all just took the man out.
Cool.
Man,
I'm just making sure.
Hey, sa.neter, I said in this conversation, yo, there's something wrong with you, bro. I said in this conversation, you the problem. You went back there. sa.neter crazy, yo.
I didn't even get the chance to finish speaking.
To be honest,
quiet.
I'm on
I
the side. I know, but sa.neter be kicking me off the panel first.
Yeah.
You just you got a little bit hot there, King.
But look, if you wouldn't have been saving her, she would have been.
Wait, excuse me. So nobody is saving me. I can very well much handle myself. I think what it is that listen.
Don't save you then and let just go crazy.
But no, he don't have to save me. It's the fact that y'all start over talking people. I'm a woman. I don't have bass in my voice. So unless he stops y'all, unless he gives me a moment to speak, you're not gonna hear me. So don't talk about him saving me. I'm from Compton, California, baby. I don't need saving.
There you go.
2 C's Compton in the house.
Sweet. That's why I was quiet and I didn't interrupt anybody, and I preferably asked to can I speak.
I keep trying to attack her credentials. That ain't
we're not. Why you say that, yo?
Hold up.
It's kind of weird at this point.
Hold on. When are
gaslighting now at this point?
When are y'all going to deal with the information that she dropped? You was here in the chat, brother La. I seen you when she came in, dropped her spill, but ain't nobody talking about that. You want to attack the information. I mean, you want to attack her credentials. Come on, brother.
Why nobody coming at me? We open the panel so people can ask questions about what's going on.
And learn from it. You say you astro project, and then we couldn't even comment in the
King J. Meanwhile, she probably got more credentials than all of you brothers up here. That's crazy.
Real talk.
That's fucking sorry for cursing, but goddamn, that's crazy.
And it's not even about that though. It's just about what I'm talking about. Whether I was credentialed or papered up or not, I'm having an intelligent conversation, and that should be the focus.
But when you talk about
Doc, you doing real good. You doing real good, Doc. Hey, let me ask you, Doc Too Sweet. You in Compton? You say, huh?
I was born and raised in Compton. I no longer live in that city, but
okay, I was in there. I was out there today, but I'm about to leave right now. I want to say peace to the panel and sa.neter. Put on your sneakers because tomorrow we taking it to you, Knicks.
Oh, here we go.
All right, brother.
All right, peace, fam. Peace.
Let me ask you, is it okay for me to speak?
Asking her questions about that, man. She already said that. She's qualified to answer these questions. And let's move forward, man.
Can we talk about George Washington Carver though? This man had a
Can we
bachelor's
talk about you being
science,
a monkey person?
and he had
a
a master's in science.
Well, can I ask
Listen, he was an agricultural scientist.
No,
so listen, and you know what the black community do? They spooked this man up. He went down and early in the morning and talked to the plants. That ain't what that man did. That man had a science degree and allowed him to understand plants. But nobody talks about
it. Get off the soapbox, brother. Are you a monkey person? That's what we talking about.
Oh, here we go. You know what? Somebody mute his mic.
Mute his mic. I didn't want to get somewhat much gaslighting. That's why I just asked specific questions which deserve direct answers. That's all I said. I wasn't trying to knock anybody. I wasn't trying to attack the sister. That's why I said
credentials, though.
sa.neter, give me. I know I didn't. sa.neter. Let me have an opportunity to talk. If I can't speak, I get it. I understand. I'll just get off the
Brother Loud don't do that, yo. I attack a person. I ain't never seen Brother Loud do that. I be doing that, not Brother Loud. You can't blame him.
I'm not fitting the agenda.
Let him go. Go ahead and ask your question, Brother Loud.
That's what it boils down to. I'm not fitting the agenda for the show tonight. Let's just call it for what it is. The question I said was not to isolate the sister or any brother. I said the 5 criteria is what she replied yes to, which is needed. On top of that, having a degree, which she agreed to. That's all I said. The way you alleviate all these back and forth paperwork in this is show forth the paperwork. That's it.
You ain't got
So
it.
what paperwork?
The one you ain't got.
No, see, here's the thing though. Again, we're not here to
This
I
is
talk
didn't
what
about
get
my
it
matters
like
now
that,
to
sis.
credibility
everybody.
because at the end of the day, you could check my file yourself. Like I don't have to prove nothing to nobody. Again, we're here to talk about this information. But because y'all can't match me intellectually, now we here talking about my degrees. Like, what are we doing?
I'm not
That ain't
speaking
true.
about
I'm
this in
Can I
general.
can I for a second? I wanna do two things. First, I wanna rebut what Nepal claimed again. Again, science is counterintuitive. Science it doesn't seek to prove itself right. It tries to prove itself wrong. It's falsifiable, and
Yes.
because it's a continuous process, right? It with new information provides new technology. They go back and retest and re-examine the old data with the new technology because we understand we might have missed something. Everything is tentative in science. Science doesn't make no claims of absolute. However,
Right.
everything that science deals with, even claims of quantum physics, is within the 4 fundamental forces. So within reality, there is no longer the term metaphysics because of the advent of quantum physics. So metaphysical and metaphysics is a term used solely within the realm of philosophy. So that's no longer in dispute. Now, with claims of astral projection, neuroscience, for example, we now know with VR, virtual reality, you can trigger that area in the brain, right, in the middle of that prefrontal cortex, which creates a sensation of embodiment. Right? These experiences, we understand now that with certain drugs, DMT, you can also trigger that same point in that brain, which is right in the middle of 2 regions, right? Which is responsible for your spatial awareness. When you disrupt the signaling between that region, you can experience outer body experiences. Now, if you're quantifying that within the realm of neuroscience, you will never use terms like astral projection. Why? Because astral projection relies on a claim of dualism where mind and body are 2 separate things. So when you're engaging in the scientific discussions, you need to be quite accurate because there are people that understand the implications of the terms you use. That's
So
all.
do y'all remember why I brought up astral projection in the first place? Does anybody remember how that even came into the
Because
conversation?
I
It
asked her.
don't matter. It's
No, it
a
No,
does.
no, it
non-scientific thing to
does.
talk
I
about.
asked her because I heard her say during her interview, there are things that I can't explain. So, and that was great what Cedric just did. I'm sure she appreciated what he just said. But then she said, then I said, be more specific. And then she went into talking about something metaphysical and something outside of, what she usually talks about. And no, this isn't me caping for her. I'm just up here happy, saying what I witnessed.
Well, yeah, and again, the only reason I brought it up is to connect with believers because I pointed out that we are all on our own journey. So if I say I experienced something that I cannot explain, it's not for me to convince anyone else. It was literally for me and me only. I only brought it up because the topic was about, believers say things that, we can't test or we don't believe. And I'm letting y'all know that I understand where they are coming from. And that's why I brought up the movie Contact. If any of y'all have seen that movie, she ends up contacting aliens, quote unquote, but nobody believes her, even though she experienced it, she saw it. So it was the whole principle of like, I understand that everyone has their own experience. So if I say I experienced something, that's for me. It's not for anybody else to be convinced of that thing. So people who are religious, they don't need to try to convince anyone else of their God or their beliefs. It's like it's for you. It's not for everybody.
No, sis, you can't say that. You can't say that right there, sis.
That's the contradiction, though. That's the
Yeah, that's the contradiction right there. Then you're not talking about science. Then
Who said I
you
was talking about science? No, y'all not listening.
About science.
Thank you. The point was, I never said that astral projection is science. I never said that. I never said it. Never said it.
You did. Listen, here's the thing. If you're promoting, if you said you're a science advocate, I heard you say that.
Yes, I'm a scientist.
You also said that you're a scientist. Now we know scientists can have their beliefs,
right?
No one's saying that.
Okay,
right? I'm not saying that because you got plenty of scientists, right?
Who are religious.
I don't even want to say plenty. No, once you get to the highest level of science, those things those science you think religious, they really don't believe none of the spooked out stuff about it. They just you ask somebody like they don't really know. Okay, that's at the academy, the highest level. But I'm saying if you on this show, this is sa.neter TV, right? He don't be having nothing but pseudos to me. And if you come on here, and I tuned in because Juju was here, right? And I was getting some phone calls saying, yo, you got a sister, yo, that you know what I'm saying? She promoting science. That's a rarity. Now we got it on our platform, right? But when I came over and you started mixing the two, I was like, damn.
But I wasn't
way off. But no, even knowing it.
I wasn't mixing the two. Thank you.
Let me finish my point. Listen, I wasn't trying to down you, right? All this about y'all start talking. She's a woman
over here, man. The baddest scientists.
I know you're right. They're always. I agree. But my point is, I'm saying is that when you mix the two or have the conversation about the two, and I'll be like, and then you say, well, we was no one was actually bringing up your credentials, right? Because this is not a credentialed conversation. So I wouldn't do that. I know better, right? But when you didn't actually understand what a bachelor's of science meant, the word science is tricky in that sentence.
No, I understand it.
He has a bachelor's of science, but he was a gym teacher. You get it? So my point is, it's a 4-year degree, right? No one's taking away that credential. That's hard, a lot of money. So I wouldn't actually do you like that because you're a sister. I'm saying if you're a sister, then you got to hold the damn standard that I know of. With the sisters around me, they have doctorate degrees, they have master's degrees, they serious. They don't play with. They don't say, well, and they understand that a 4-year degree ain't nothing to play with, right? And a master's degree ain't nothing to play with, and
which I'm almost done with.
Levels to it. So all I'm saying is, when you started mischaracterizing it, I was saying, well, man,
but I didn't do that though. I didn't do that, and I'm in a master's program right now, so I'll have that soon. But again, like the brother said, I never. See that? No, stop. You don't get to decide. No, you don't get to decide that. But let's move past that. The whole thing is y'all are trying to say that I conflated the two, and I never did. I literally was just using an example of how I can have something happen to me.
Is that real?
I can have.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
It's real to me.
Real. Nope.
It's real to me.
No, as a scientist.
So listen.
No, you're claiming as a scientist. Is astral projection real?
Let me talk. Again, the reason I brought it up was to make a point. I was never saying that astral projection is scientifically provable. I never said it's science. I didn't say it's metaphysical either. We was just talking about metaphysics.
You asked Cedric, was that so? Cedric said
that. No, this is what happened. No, let me talk. Let me talk.
Theory is a part of metaphysical, and you asked him, was that reflecting quantum physics?
No, listen to what I said. What I said was, when it comes to particles in the natural world that go outside of physics, like quarks, quantum flux, when they phase in and out of existence, could we potentially consider that metaphysics since it's outside our realm of physics? The only reason we know about these quantum flux is because of what they affect. We don't have direct evidence of them. We have evidence of the things that they affect. So I was asking a serious question, not because I'm trying to conflate the two. I was asking a serious question.
Stop right there. Stop right there. You made that mistake earlier. You don't need you don't need direct evidence. Just like
who said we do? Wait, don't say I made a mistake because I didn't make a mistake.
You did. You said
I didn't.
Said it. You said we don't have direct evidence of the
which is true. We don't have direct evidence of certain particles.
So why do we need direct evidence? We don't. Just
who said we need direct evidence? Who said we need direct evidence?
Well,
why are you misconstruing what I said?
How do we know that dark matter exists? How do you weigh it?
Because it's no. It's
mathematically. Mathematically, we know dark. Okay. All right. How do we know dark energy exists? How do we know it exists?
Because it don't. That's why they call it dark matter, because they don't know what the hell it is. You didn't know that?
So it don't exist?
No,
so
you didn't know
mathematically,
that? You're the scientist and you don't know that
pause.
shit.
Pause. So you're telling me that
There's
we
no
have
such
not
thing as dark
detected
matter.
dark
No,
energy through math. So why do they call it that? Why do they call it that?
They call it dark because they don't know what it is, because they can't detect it. That's why.
So
they just think it's something there based off of the way certain things move, but they don't know what it is.
It's the math. It's the math. Watch. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Hold on.
I actually have a physicist. Hold on. I actually have a physicist.
You don't know what it is,
Talk
that
to a
means it
regular
doesn't
basis.
exist. I'm confused.
Right, that's what he's saying, and he's wrong.
You sitting around with a daggone wolf. You got a wolf on your icon, which is proof that evolution is real. Because I know you got a dog in your daggone house.
Your glasses work, but you're saying that just because they don't know what it is.
They said you don't want that man to agree with you.
If you looked up dark energy, it says we know dark energy exists because of its effects are inferred through mathematical modeling and observations of the universe's expansion and structure. So you're gonna tell me I'm wrong when I say that?
No, I said they don't know what it is at all.
I never said. Oh my God!
That's what I said.
How do they detect it? How do they detect it?
And I said I was making a point. You changed it. My point was that they don't know what dark matter is, and that's why they call it dark, because they don't know. They don't.
We were talking about being able to detect it. They know it by mathematical observation.
So then that's part of science, and correct. So you don't need to directly see something to be able to understand.
You're observing it through the math. The observation is through the math. That's how we know why certain things exist, through the math. What are you talking about?
Right, she right, bro.
I'm saying dark matter don't exist, man. They don't know what it is. They can't even tell you.
Just because we don't know what it is don't mean it don't exist. What are you talking about?
Like, what are you talking about?
I'm not gonna get into that, man.
Sure.
Like, okay, we can move on, because I'm like, how is anything I said a mistake when I literally just said the right thing that was right and accurate?
I want
to
ask
let's move on.
Let's move on to a topic we haven't touched on, but it's really important. What about AI and singularity? How do you look at that part of when we're looking at science, that part of science and technology? Talk to us about the exponential growth of the intelligence, the artificial intelligence, and what's your take on singularity?
Well, I mean, I don't know how you're putting the two together, but just to speak on AI, I think that AI is limited to humans and our own capabilities. And are you asking, like, do you think AI could possibly help us understand the singularity, or see what was
growing? You know how it's, because we're here on the panel, we're humans, we're using our mind, and there's people who are much more brilliant or maybe less brilliant than a lot of people on the panel. So, but when we're using AI to do a lot of the things, to figure out things now, scientific matters, it's advancing so much that I'm asking, when I say singularity, it's advancing exponentially. Do you think that we will even have to have these conversations? We're using our this gray matter inside of our skull, but when I say singularity, do you see that in the near future? I just want to see what you think about technology taking over, so to speak. I hate to use that type of term, but basically AI doing all of this that we're doing, everything that we have to compute. You said math, the technology that we're working on with artificial intelligence. Do you foresee us not even having to have these arguments? We just have the computers and the mind of the computers do it for us.
Oh, that's what you mean by the singularity. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Singularity is when we, I'm not saying you don't know what it means, but when we won't, basically the machine will be running the humans. Right. We won't have any control over it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Because I was thinking in terms like the singularity and the Big Bang, but
to answer, you was right, Toe. I want to correct myself. You was right in your explanation about I was wrong. I stand corrected.
Okay, respect. I appreciate that.
I had to rethink that. You're right.
See, we build, and I can respect that.
Yeah, but see how quick I did that, though?
All right. Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
Go ahead.
That's the grown man in your Unc. That's what I'm talking about, brother.
Yeah,
always do that.
respect.
Even when I said she was right, you was like, come on, and then look at now King J, because you rolled with same thing or what, brother? Because you jumped on a bandwagon. Let's hear you, brother. Come on, apologize.
I was staying corrected as well.
All right, thank you, brother.
Oh, that's great.
Told you, man, the real scientist is over here, Unc. The real
I ain't gonna let you pull that off on me, but I'm saying that her
All right, yeah, don't push it too far. Right. Yeah, don't push it. Don't push it.
I ain't gonna go too far. Get back.
Good, no, I appreciate that though, man. That's
yeah, but I always do. There's everybody else that can't do it around me though. Remember that here.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Cedric, you gonna come through too or what, brother?
I didn't say anything with regard to
whatever say. Hold on. Whatever say, brother, you gotta hold that. You're a pseudo killer.
Oh, that's crazy.
You know that? You're a pseudo killer, Cedric.
No, Cedric know not to make that.
You know why? Because Cedric didn't come up and say you were wrong. He rolled with it. That's so come on, Cedric. There you go. Cut the camera on now. Apologize, brother.
That's crazy, Cedric. Look.
Nah, say it good. Nah, say it, you good. You was speaking facts. I got you. You could have jumped in though. You could have helped out though.
Yeah.
No, but he did come in and say, technically, you're not a scientist. Off rip.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm gonna stay on that when you prove otherwise.
Hold on.
Let's been waiting a while.
I clarified what I am and what I understand the field to be. So if you don't have a master's and you don't have a PhD, if you're not peer reviewed, if you haven't contributed new information to the field, quote unquote, you're not a scientist. I wouldn't claim to be a scientist, although I do applied sciences. I have a bioanalytic chemistry. I'm a lab rat. I work in the labs. I do serology. I work from serology up and including a pure water analysis. I'm all within the bio.
Man, you're a scientist, man. Come on, man. Stop downgrading yourself.
I do applied science.
You're a scientist, brother.
He's not a science. He's not a scientist. He just do science.
However,
that don't make you a scientist. How about that?
I want to make a contribution to the conversation the Paul was having, which was a good one, which brought me to something I read earlier. In terms of dark matter and dark energy, because I can't actually quantify what these things are, is the reason they give them the term dark, but they are evident as consequences, and the mathematical equation provides proof that they're there. However, with new approach to physics and advances in understanding of electromagnetism, it seems that gravity is a byproduct of electromagnetism itself. There's some work being done on that, and subsequently they're going to see if they can tackle the problem of dark energy, and seemingly they will be able to fuse the two theories. So work is being done in that area, which with regards to physicists, theoretical physicists, taking a new approach in how they look at electromagnetism. Seemingly gravity is a byproduct of electromagnetism itself. So with that whole concept of needing to find a graviton would be obsolete. This is the latest.
Well, no, it's not. You were great.
Hold on. I want to miss the thought.
But no, but just
no. Hold your thought. I want to ask them because they're the scientists. So let me ask Unc and Cedric. Either one of y'all can answer the question.
But he just made a statement. Something was really important, and you just leave it
because I wanted to go right after him. So
I know, but it was a conversation about gravitons.
Okay. I want to ask Unc and Cedric a question. And we're talking about dark matter consciousness, man. And you saying that they don't know what it is yet. They don't
that's
know
different. Dark matter consciousness, yeah, that's
dark matter. I'll just say dark matter. You don't know what it is. You don't know what it is.
They don't know what it is. That's
so. Unc, do you know how humans was created?
Oh Lord.
What? Do you know how humans was created?
Yeah. Do you know how we was here? Do you know how we got here?
No, they don't know where life come from. No.
Exactly. So that don't mean it don't exist, right? See, that's the point that I was making. like to say, like, yo, just because you don't know what it is, don't mean just because you don't know what it is, don't mean it don't exist. And that's what the sister's point was. That's why I asked you that question, brother.
Okay, that was a point.
Right. Right. Real quick. Okay. Thank you, sa.neter. Everything you said was absolutely awesome until you said that conversation about what gravitons are is obsolete. Is that what you? Because that's not exactly true. The information that you put out is 100% what's going on with the study of gravitons. But then why would you say at the end of that, the conversation about what they are is obsolete? That I don't understand that.
There are two different studies we're talking about, where the search for the graviton with things like the Higgs boson collider, which is looking for the subatomic particle that would come out of that gravitational field, is the conventional hypothesis, which is why, for example, the graviton is elusive. New data, new modeling has and the focus on electromagnetism. Shout out to Mel, is a scientist. They're looking at physicists. They're looking at electromagnetism, and their calculations is starting to show that gravity is an emergent byproduct out of gravitational fields and the gravitational forces interplay with mass. So they're proposing that the whole idea of a subatomic field where gravity comes from is not the direction that we need to be looking in, but an emergent property of the interaction of electromagnetism as it relations to the bodies within the universe.
So let me ask you a question. With that said, is it that there isn't exactly a graviton? If we're talking about electromagnetism, are we looking more at photons, or what are we looking at when we're talking about subatomic? There's nothing called a graviton now? Are they going to rename it?
Again, the research, it just came out. There's still more work to be done. But again, they're going away from the conventional model, the standard model of how they approach the forces. So in essence, we are being what is considered a fundamental force, which would give us 4, is now being considered emergent property of the 3 fundamental forces. So it doesn't exist as a force within itself, but it's emergent property of the electromagnetic force.
So really, you agree that there's probably nothing that really is a graviton? Is that what you're saying? According to the study that I'm not as in depth.
The study is looking promising. It is looking promising. And why I'm excited, because it seems to be providing answers or solutions for the dark matter and dark energy problem. Why? They come out of the equations with 4 fundamental forces. However, with the new equations using gravity as an emergent property of the interaction of the heavenly bodies and the energy between them, right? It seems that the whole idea of black holes and dark energy and dark matter seems to fall away, because again, the forces that are being attracted and pushing each other away based on the electromagnetic forces and the interplay of the signs of these heavenly bodies is nullifying the whole concept of dark matter and dark energy, bringing us closer to unifying those theories. If we get to unify the subatomic and the atomic world before I die, I have seen everything possible in terms of the advancement in human civilization. So I'm excited. I hope that they get that.
Right, it is exciting. I do want to point something out. Thank you for that, Cedric. Do you notice that when one thing is looked at, the beautiful thing about science is so many other things just fall into place that, you know, they may not have been focusing on, so to speak. So that is the beauty of science. So yeah, it is exciting, and I'm glad that you came back in. Go ahead.
And I have a quick question for Sid too, because he probably already knows I have much respect for the brother. He's very intellectual and intelligent. And when I ask questions, I'm literally asking because I'm curious. So I don't know if you saw my debate, but I brought up a point how a lot of believers ask, well, what was the beginning? What started these single-celled organisms to multiply and propagate and all this other stuff? And my article about what was it, evidence for abiogenesis. So it said, do you think that just your own personal understanding of the way things work, do you think that we came out of abiogenesis, or was it biogenesis, that there was some type of life and we just happened to evolve from that?
No, your presentation and your arguments around that were on point. It is called the RNA hypothesis, and we understand now that how early peptides and amino acids could form, and how you can have self-replicating RNA, basic RNA, replicating to the point that they form proteins, right, that become that become functional proteins that produce peptides. And again, RNA, we know that RNA is multifunctional. It functions as a transcriptor. It also functions as enzymes, catalyzers, which speed up a reaction process. So once those self-replicating amino acids, once those chains became long enough that you had sufficient randomness, because again, it is how those RNA fold that produce functional proteins, right? And you get now from that process, we see in that you get early peptide formation. That whole James Tour nonsense, he has been totally debunked. Our good friend Dave, Professor Dave, he was on the Pseudo Killers or the Community of Skeptics, actually talking about that James Tour debate. So we know firsthand that he got trashed. He went later on to Harvard, and they almost made him cry. They laughed him out of the room. He knows nothing about what he's talking. He's a chemist. He doesn't understand biochemistry. He misuses the data, and he behaves as a real creationist. He's poking holes and trying to undermine the data that we have, but doesn't produce any data to support his position. So he has been totally discredited on all aspects. He does not speak for abiogenesis.
What was you talking about, Cedric? Who are you talking about, Cedric?
A debate between Professor Dave and James Tour. Remember, he was.
Oh, yeah. Come on, man. Come
on. The fact that she brought up James Tour was completely discredited.
Yeah. Come on, man. That's what's going on.
Any fact checker would throw that out of the water without any doubt. So yes, you were expounding on what we know as the RNA hypothesis, the early formation of amino acids, self-replicating RNA strands, which is easy because RNA does not require double strand. Eventually, right, you get the switch between that one molecule, right? Well, I think the G and RNA.
Thymine.
Yeah. So once thymine came into play, DNA was able to form. At that point, we had simple cells. Now, to look at a bacteria cell today, the most simplest, the one we experimented on in college, E. coli, we created, you infuse PUC19 into E. coli, and it produces saccharin as a byproduct. That simple bacteria is more complicated than anything that existed billion years ago. And the fact that we can't precisely predict or replicate early Earth conditions is one of the major factors in the reason why we don't have a solidified hypothesis. We have a lot of the pieces, but the exact mechanisms, we cannot tie it all together. So no scientist or any credible science communicator would speak of a complete theory. And that's, of course, is where they always do the God of the gaps thingy.
All right. Hold on, everybody. We're in the closing stages. I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna let everybody close out. Then I'm gonna let Sister Dr. Too Sweet take us out of here. Sakina Rod, did you speak yet?
No, I did not.
Go ahead. Ask your question, Sakina.
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to say peace to the sisters. because
Hey, my false Kenny Raw, I'm out of here, man. I appreciate everybody, man. And since I'm gonna go back and listen to the, I didn't. sa.neter called me, right? I didn't even know you had a debate conversation, so I missed that.
Oh.
Right.
She had a debate with Naphtali, man.
Oh, I know. I ain't gotta look at that. You beat the brakes off of it. She's straight wild religious.
I don't need you to leave yet.
I'm out. I gotta go.
I want to ask you a question, huh?
No, this is.
I need you to stay for this.
Oh, this the sister. Oh, come on, man.
I need you to stay for this.
There you go. He got you. He gonna respect you. Come on.
Okay, thank you. Because first I want to appreciate the sisters because when she said something about the astral projection, I actually watched that movie Contact, and when she said aliens, that threw you off because that's not what happened. No disrespect to the sister. What happened was she was a scientist, and when the project failed, there was an older scientist that they thought was dead, but he also created that machine that blew up, and she used that machine, and she actually saw not an alien, she saw her father. That was her father. And it was 19 minutes or 19 seconds that they could not explain. They didn't tell her like scientists do. So they told her she was only gone for a minute and the machine broke down. But actuality, there was 19, I need everybody to watch this movie, Contact. There was 19 seconds that they could not explain where she was. And so
in the movie, was that a movie?
Yes, that's a movie. So that's where she's talking about.
That's a movie, though.
That
Hollywood.
In her dream state, in her REM state, she was astral projected. And in that REM state with Jodie Foster, she was astral projected. And they told her she didn't go nowhere. But for 19 seconds or 19 minutes, even they couldn't explain where she was.
I know it was a movie, though.
Okay, but even then,
was it based off a true story?
I'm not gonna say that or not, but there's a lot of things that's based off a true story, right? We got there are several stories based off a true story, like the Infinite, where somebody then came and beat up a woman and all kind of stuff, and the scientists went in and they couldn't explain it, and even though they saw it, right? You got ghost hunters and carrying on all kind of stuff. And they see it and they can't explain it. Even right now, we got the immensible, unmeasurable cosmic egg, aka the seed, that singularity that Nepal talking about, that turned out to be the Big Bang, right? And so you said it's not pseudo, but it's something that y'all can't explain. It's metaphysics, but you can't explain it. It's empirical with no support.
What?
The empirical thing that you can't support is called a cosmic egg.
Where you get that from?
It's called the seed. It's called the Big Bang, right?
Huh? That's not the kid. I don't even know egg.
Well, yes, it does. It goes all the way back. It says between 13 and 15 billion years ago, according to a theory, a minute cosmic egg of immeasurable energy exploded. The matter gravity of electric magnetism exploded, right? And so that gravity that exploded, they called it the Big Bang Theory in the universe. So, and after that exploded, then all of a sudden, that's when gravity came out. And then the enormous speed of that gravity came the oscillating universe at a steady state, right? So now we got an oscillating universe, and then everything came out of that. But what made this cosmic shit that y'all can't explain?
But check this out, Sakina Ra. There's one problem with that.
What?
It couldn't have been a big bang.
Oh no, science said it was a big bang, but they gotta explain this cosmic egg.
It couldn't have been a big bang. You know why?
Why not?
Because there's no sound in space.
Oh no, there's a sound.
No, there's no sound, Sakina. Sakina, there's no sound in space.
Sa.neter.
Yes.
The sound.
No, Sakina, I'm trying to tell you. Look it up. Go look it up.
It wasn't even an explosion, though, yo. The Big Bang is a misnomer.
That's the steady state hypothesis, and that was defeated by the Big Bang hypothesis. And that Big Bang, indeed, Hassan, you're right. It is a misnomer. It was
misnomer.
It
The
was
Big Bang theory.
dude.
So the Big Bang theory is a misnomer.
No, the word Big Bang is a misnomer.
The word Big Bang is a misnomer. It is
an
expansion from a singularity. And Charles right, there is no sound, so you can have no explosion. There was no matter.
We still have that sound right now. It's called the pulse. Are you serious?
And do you think there was more than one expansion when we're talking about the singularity and
we still have that sound right now called the pulse? What are we saying?
Are there multiple expansions, or was there just one? I'm talking about for the formation of the universe. I'm asking you, I'm sorry, Sakina.
Go ahead, because we got a sound right now for all the science and pseudo killers. It's called the pulse. I did a video on it, and it's going around right now. Everybody,
I like that, Sakina.
Come on
Sakina,
in.
I just don't know, Sakina. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know.
Sakina's metaphysical. She's officially
I'm with science to a
She's a metaphysician. She's a
like,
metaphysician.
I love it. No, she's deep, really. I'm being
She's a
serious.
metaphysician, right?
A lot of his stuff she says goes over people's heads, but I rock with Sakina.
So go over my head. I ain't gonna lie to you. You're a metaphysician. You got
me. What? You know what?
You know what?
Sakina, no.
Metaphysician.
Everything
the doctor said was true.
Let me let her finish.
Science and religion was together, and it got separated. But one thing I don't like is how they.
Sweet. Do you agree with Sakina, Rob?
And what they did was they took it and they discredited the ancestors. Right?
Discredit the ancestors.
You doggone right, because what you said was because when you gave credit to the Greeks and said when they separated and made it astronomy,
Queen Sakina, I don't mean to cut you off. This is what I'm doing. I'm gonna start a stream. I'm gonna let you just
Keon,
go.
You funny as hell.
I'm gonna let you have your own show after this right now. After this, the after show.
Go ahead, go do it now, Nepal. Go do it now.
Let's do this tomorrow, Nepal, because I'm not ready, but I sure had.
Hey, what happened? Y'all funny, man. I done had fun tonight. I ain't had fun like this. I always have fun.
I want to say I actually love the pseudo killers.
I want
pseudo killers are really.
Why is the metaphysical part not pseudo, and y'all can't explain that egg and that seed, but yet it blew up. It blew up with energy. It blew up with all this stuff that you called that wasn't there. How did this seed appear with all this energy, with all this gravity, and all? Where did it come from?
Get her.
Damn.
She cooking with hot extra grease.
Yes, please. I will set it up for you. Excuse me.
All right, everybody, stop. Let me go around, and this is it. Let me, brother Keon, it's on you. You got a minute, brother. Let's close this out.
Yeah, you lucky, you lucky sign didn't me get you, boy.
Brother, you definitely ran from the interrogation. You got on your soapbox talking about white people.
Young buck.
Okay, all right, yeah. But anyway, I really just wanted to sit here and talk about, the monkey people. I really wanted us to get deep and dive into it, but I see that people was a little bit scared and they didn't have answers.
Hold up, Unc. You gotta let them close. No talking, brother.
People. I mean, we all got different versions of people that we come from somehow. So there's nothing wrong with it, but I love it all. I love the conversation. Thank you to Miss Doctah Too Sweet. Definitely love the conversation for sure. Shout out to the pseudo killers, but we need some pseudo revivers. I'm here to revive the pseudoness. Like we need a war on science. I'm trying to get the pseudoness back into us, because sometimes we need a little bit of pseudo. We too
Oh,
focused.
it's alive and well. Don't worry. We got the pseudo alive over here. Don't worry.
All right, all right. Let me get on over to Sakina Rod. Close us out, Sakina.
Well, I want to say peace to the sister. This was a great show. Peace to my sister, always with good info. Peace to the pseudo killers, always killing it, pseudo or not. And peace to sa.neter for a great show and always being a great host.
Thank you. All right, Cedric, let's go, man.
Peace to the panel, of course. Peace to the peace for man the panel. Sister Dr. Too Sweet, you know you bodied Nepal. I'm not.
Not Nepal, Naphtali.
My bad. Stick to the tongue.
She like, wait a minute.
No, I'm sorry. No. I would never make that question.
I know.
You were on point. Every single point that you made. Your debate was off the chain. As for the latest development in the community, I guess everyone should take a look at that 3-part series I did on concept of the spirit. It not only teaches us what these concepts are, but it grounds us in where they come from, how they came to be. We understand that Aristotelian school of thought was purely intuitive. It is with the advent of dudes like Kant and my hero, David Hume, that empiricism, methodological naturalism, and actual evidence-based reasoning and data-based knowledge became paramount in our understanding. And as we continue to evolve in our understanding, more and more materialism, science, and proper methodology is what is grounding us in our understanding of the natural world around us.
All right, Brother Unk. First, I would like for you to address what's on the board from our moderator, Brother Tony Chiba, and then you could go in, address that up, read that.
Let me see. Just like saying we share the same common ancestor with apes, I don't believe that neither. You say because apes are 100 times stronger than humans, but not smarter.
What you got to say?
Got to do? So whatever environment chimps were in, right? They needed to be stronger. Okay.
Right. Go ahead.
Early on, chimpanzees, they actually if they did a test, they show these numbers, right? They show the colors, right? And the chimp got a boom, boom in order, right? Like boom, 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 boom. The chimps are faster than humans. So actually their short-term memory is far superior than humans, right? So whatever environment they was in, they had to have short-term memory. Boom, 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 boom. Whereas those humans, our long-term memories are better. So whatever environment we was in, those who had a longer-term memory of things lasted longer to reach the age of reproduction and reproduce again. So evolution is not only a fact, it's a scientific theory. And so that's why your man up there in the corner, we need to get him on the show. Me and him had a conversation with the young buck. Let them know we ain't out here running the race. We out here thinking. I appreciate the sister and your endeavors. Stay in school, sis. Don't let them trick you out your education. In school. Education is important, right? It's the most important thing we have. All right. It is the early development of early Africans in Africa that first started the educational process. So us as African Americans, we need to respect that and stop calling the white man this and the white man that. There are a lot of astrophysicists that are African Americans, bioanthropologists that are African American. Science is not a white endeavor, it's a human endeavor. Appreciate all intelligent people, pseudo killers, community skeptics. Y'all know what it is, man. And yeah, we probably go live tomorrow on the pseudo killers with Brother Cedric. He got a series going. Make sure you go over there and check that out. And then make sure y'all like and subscribe to the pseudo killers and the community skeptics. We don't live religion, breathe at all.
All right, yo. What about the fish? Do we have a common ancestor with the fish?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. So the reason I'm asking you that is because aren't we stronger than the fish, brother? Tony people? See, so it don't matter about the strength. You're talking about something totally different because you're measuring it by the strength that they have. We are stronger than fish, but that don't mean we don't have a common ancestor with fish. We are stronger than mice. Why do you think the doctors use mice, right, for experiments pertaining to humans?
Yeah, they put human genomes.
Think about that, Tone.
Yeah, they put
So that's why I'm telling you, every living organism, every living creature on earth, we all have a common ancestor from it all. Not just the apes and stuff. See, y'all getting caught up on the apes, but y'all not mentioning the fish. Y'all
see that, sa.neter?
The animals. Yes, I see it. But think
that's
about
a shoulder bone, though. See, that's the shoulder bone.
Yeah.
So why in the hell do we got a shoulder bone? If you take your average pet at home, they all got bones. How many bones do we got from here to there, Mr. Keon? Do you know? Answer the question. How many bones from your shoulder blade to your elbow?
The leg bone connected to the bed. I don't know for sure.
How many bones do we have from our shoulder to our elbow? Do you know?
6.
No, we got 1. How many bones do we got from our elbow to our wrist?
3.
We have 2. See? How many bones from our wrist to our fingers? We got many bones. Take your cat, a horse. How many bones does a horse have from its shoulder to its elbow?
1.
How many bones does a horse have from his elbow to his wrist?
2.
How many bones from his wrist to his fingers? Many.
Many.
See what I'm saying? So the body plans. Nature is tinkering with body plans, bro. This absolutely proves that we come from a common ancestor. I just went that route with you, bro. Nah, I'm not. Anytime I sound to strike it up, I'm gonna beat him up. I ain't beating a person in a while.
Yo, all right, thank you. What about when y'all look at dogs, for example? If you got a pet at home and you got a dog, the dog knows when you're sick, bro. The dogs know when you're going through problems, brother. I know because I raised a lot of dogs. Huh? What'd you say, Unc?
She said you hold me high. Just let that lady go. She got kids.
I'm gonna let her go. The dog know when you're going through stuff, bro. So let me go ahead and let Sister Dr. Too Sweet in. And she held it down. She held her own. First time on the toughest environment. And this sister got potential. And she ain't gonna let nobody get in her way. She is a true scientist. Don't listen to nobody. They ain't your friend when they try to take that away from you, sis. You put too much work in for that. Go ahead and close us out.
Yes, and thank you so much for bringing me on, Star. I want to thank everybody on the panel, even anybody who challenged me. Challenging me only makes me better. As they say, iron sharpens iron. So I always welcome any challenge. This wasn't a tough environment for me at all. I thrive in these type of environments, so I appreciate being invited. And I just want to let everybody know there's always the argument between science and religion, but maybe if we could find common ground, we could get a lot further, because sometimes science and religion are kind of saying the same thing, just in a different matter. And if we get down to the basics of what we all know and understand together, then we'll get farther. I had a great time. I enjoyed the conversation. I look forward to more debates. I look forward to proving myself and why y'all feel like I have all this potential, because it is there. And I look forward to educating in the future. So again, thanks everybody. Peace out. I appreciate you.
All right, sis. We ain't gonna hold you.
Ain't no science and religion never mixes, like oil and water. The two can't fit in the same space at all.
Right, Nepal. One of the first powerful scientists that came on this channel, holding it down for a long time. Nobody went through the smoke. Nobody went through the fire like this sister right here, Nepal. And she kept her head up high, kicking pseudo's butts, kicking the pseudos in them butts all day long, holding it down. Nepal, close us out.
Thank you, sa.neter. Okay, so I just want to say this was a great show. When I saw the sisters debating, I went to sa.neter right away and I was like, you need to check this out, because Naphtali, I look, for the record, it's all love for Naphtali, even though she has a stark difference as far as the stuff she believes, as far as science, as where I stand. I respect her for getting out there and, standing her ground, not against just, I'm not talking about mostly for the sister with that debate. I'm talking about as representing a woman in this environment. We need more women who are thinkers, whether people agree with their information or not. We need more women to come in, like my sister Sakina Roswell and everybody else. I mean, I could go down the list. Jim and I, Sister Freedom, all the sisters in Unscrambled Minds. It's great when women come in. It's always a real treat because you get to have the balance. So with that said, she's a great scientist. I enjoyed the debate. I loved seeing the sisters, even though that was supposed to be Naphtali. You were running like a track star for me with that debate. But I'm glad you debated. What, sa.neter?
I said, you know it.
Yeah, but I'm glad she debated the sister because we got to, I called you up. Remember, I was like, sa.neter, Naphtali did the debate with this sister, and you got to go see this debate. So shout out to Paradigm Shift for bringing the talent out, bringing the sisters together. At the end of the day, we may not agree with each other, but I want to say this too, for the record. Pseudo killers, I call you Pseudo Killigan's Island. It's been very heated at times, but I have a lot of respect for what they do over there. And to be honest, when I go check their videos, there's nothing that I really disagree with except for this thing that recently that I love the series that Cedric did, but there's some things he said about Carl Jung that were a bit misleading, and so I just wanted to address that. But overall, I call them Pseudo Killigan's Island. Pseudo killers are very, very much needed in the community, but everybody's needed. Everyone's needed. We need the metaphysical. We need the philosophical. We need the scientific. We need
Sakina Ra. We need Sakina Ra.
Oh, well, that's why I said the metaphysical. Sakina Ra is like, I told her when I talked to her on the phone, I'm like, you will hear Sakina say stuff when I first met her, and she knows the story. You'll hear her say something and be like, what is she talking about? And then later on, it'll be like, oh my gosh, that was so profound. She's so profound and spiritual. She's such a great thinker. She's so deep. She's on another level. I absolutely love Sakina. She is what you would say, very esoteric. And she represents for me what we would know as like arcane or, the things, riddles and paradoxes and things like that. So she's very important, and I'm going to do a show with her tomorrow. So thank you for letting me go. Thank you for bringing the sister in. And yeah, peace and love to the audience. Thank you so much for everybody being here. Oh, and shout out to, I said the sisters. I didn't name Juju. Shout out to Juju. I'm glad you didn't end the stream. Shout out to Juju, a very intelligent sister representing peace.
We are the babies of sa.neter. We are emulating the greatness of sa.neter, the HOK, the House of Consciousness, and the trailblazing work by the one and only sa.neter. And I told sa.neter because we your babies, sa.neter, because we your goddamn babies, we gonna be successful, bruh.
Step in this weed, we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Jump in the environment, ride for ride, blow for blow, blow. So one that mind, I want that storm rain, see it flow. Cap on my back like a medic, ready for war. HOK on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climb out the snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys throwing signs, but they ain't saying nothing. I see my bread when I sleep, and when I wake from it, it's about to go down up in the street. We bout this shit, so sitting on my feet, cause I'm a man on that fix, running welcome to the HOK. We like a wig coming. No, we don't fly with the snakes, live away from us. Get them your last watch and see this thing gon' take from you. For the babies, give my heart and soul, make a way for 'em. I put my life on the line like I'm big for 'em. See, in a minute, we in the meetings, I'm Popeye with this bitty. We keep it bottom moving like it's it. I'm right there back and want me, you can get it. I got that hammer homie like a way. Research, run that badger like a play. Bring it towards you like a play. I'm a with us, we straight. Step in this weed, we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Tough is environment, ride for ride, blow for blow, blow. So when I mind about that storm, rain, sleet, and snow, jump on my back like a medic, ready for war. They choke on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climb that snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys knowing science, but they ain't saying nothing. They say that they ready for what we gon' get in the thing change. They living in nothing, the rope at their bottom, they hollering the gang, can't hold in the bang, they killing the name, bang. They can wait for the baby, they living each in the same pain. I gotta keep it alive, we clean them up, get them hot, we make a way to the top, yeah. I thank the Father cause he made a way, and all my haters, all stars, they do the fade away. Up from the gossip, the drama, the hate, back to the cheddar. Oh, when they go down, they still hollering thunder. We go to war for them people, I'm talking young and old, toe for toe. Round for round when it's going down, blow for blow. Searched around from high to low, this info got a red dot. Sources in this clip, man, this might just be a headshot. Step in this ring, we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Tough in environment, round for round, blow for blow, blow. So when I mind about that storm, rain, sleet, and snow, jump on my back like a medic, ready for war. They choke you on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climb that snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys knowing science, but they ain't saying nothing.